The mother-in-law kicked the village orphan daughter-in-law out the door. And after a while of seeing her, numbers were crucial to Rachel's life. And how could it be otherwise with over 40 years of accounting experience? Immediately after the institute, she was assigned to the food factory, where she worked faithfully for more than 10 years, until the change of power in the country. The plant was drowning in debts, and by the mid-90s it finally collapsed. While others ran in panic about the future, Rachel, then still young Rachel, quickly realized who was taking control of the market, and through old connections got a job in a construction company run by gangsters. Rachel faithfully kept the books, often received good gifts from the bosses for their labor in the form of cognac and expensive foreign sweets. She was not ashamed to participate in the dubious dealings of the owners of the company, which provided herself almost free spacious two-bedroom flat in the city center. Figures never let her down. She could rely on them, and only on them. The dashing 90s were replaced by the new millennium. Gradually, loopholes and holes in the laws and taxation system became less and less. It was no longer possible to pull off the old schemes, and the legitimacy of her employer's business was becoming increasingly suspicious. Rachel prudently resigned when she realized that she smelled something fishy and went to work in the university accounting department. The pay there, of course, more modest, but lived in peace. Yes, and to take remote maintenance of document flow of some small entrepreneurs. No one forbade her. Secretly, of course. The main thing is that the numbers were happy again. Soon young Rachel turned into just Rachel, and then into Rachel with a middle name. She was respected by her colleagues for her grip, diligence, and impeccable professionalism. She was also feared by the students, whose students taught economics and other specialized disciplines, having successfully completed a part-time teacher training course. Figures were a joy. Figures led her through life and never failed. Only in one thing the numbers did not help. Personal life. By the age of 60, Rachel was completely absent. True, there was a joyous son, Will. The woman had met his father while she was working for the gangsters. He was a handsome guy from the village with a rich imagination, who put a noodle on her ears. Accountant. When Rachel suspected that he was interested in her flat, specifically her residency, she noisily threw the suitor out and found out she was pregnant the same week. From a small age, she brought up disciplined, collected, and responsible. The boy at the age of 4 could fry eggs, never cried or complained. He graduated from school with a silver medal. Rachel dreamed of her son to get a higher education, and therefore saved for this money almost from his first class. And when he entered the budget, and even at the law school, the woman could not rejoice. Money in one piece, and her son will be a lawyer, as she wanted. Since Will's birth, Rachel has never had another serious relationship. Of course, she'd had affairs, but the numbers always intervened, reminding her that the potential partner didn't earn enough. What kind of man is this man who earns less than her? With such and go out in public ashamed. He's not tall enough, he's too old, he's too young. And all the time Rachel seemed that all the suitors are trying to steal her living space, gained even if not quite honest but painstaking labor. In the big city, there are many who want to settle down without much care at someone else's expense. Rachel was determined not to be that expense. All she cared about were the numbers, her own and her son's well-being. That evening, Rachel expected her son for dinner somehow nervously. First she broke a cup, then she scattered salt across the table. The woman was not a superstitious woman, but the resulting mess irritated her. Will showed up at 9 o'clock, excited and overjoyed, a vivid expression of emotion he didn't often display. And Rachel didn't welcome such extravaganzas. She knew from experience that they usually had 3 reasons, and they were rarely good: he was in love, drunk, or had an idea that required money. The first had been settled long ago. Will wasn't prone to cravings. He wasn't prone to the latter either, so. "Well, tell me what you've thought of," Rachel asked, looking at her offspring from head to toe through her thin glasses. "What have you thought of, Mum?" Will tried to hide his enthusiasm, but it didn't work well. He was literally fountaining bright colors. "I can't see it," the woman shook her head. Will hesitated and sat down on a stool at the table. He knew that, as usual, his mother rejected all his ideas. She thought she knew what was best for her son. No, Will was grateful to his parent for such a sensitive attitude, but he never wanted to dance to her tune. When she forbade him to get a dog as a child, the enterprising Robin Hood disappeared to a friend's house with a sheepdog. The latter had a heart for his German shepherd, and Willu quickly got used to the dog, so much so that he calmly walked with it, gladly replacing the lazy mate. After such walks of her son, Rachel wrinkled her nose, not understanding why suddenly the flat smelled of dog. In high school, Will dreamed of playing the guitar, but Rachel said that the guitar is the domain of idlers. Look at the popular musicians. How much have they achieved? She clasped her hands in front of her son. But popular musicians are people at the peak of popularity, Will, 16, parried. Popularity is good, but when it's over, what happens next? You need to lead a normal life and think about future promising professions, not a guitar show. Will realized that it was useless to argue. Life hardening in his mother was firmly in place. It was a blessing that she worked a lot and was interested only in her son's grades, regime, and nutrition. Otherwise, Will was exempt from the obligation to report. If not asked, he got an old guitar, found new strings in the morning before the century, and asked the music teacher to help with the tuning of the instrument. A couple of days later, Will had quite a good guitar, albeit shabby, but sounding immaculate. He played it on class field trips, at first-grade matines at school, in Alex's dad's garage. Open fingers honed on the guitar at night. After a few years, though, Will's love of strings waned, and the guitar stayed at his mate's garage for good. "Mum, you've been saving my tuition money, and I'm on a budget," Will began from afar. Let's say Rachel raised her right eyebrow. She wasn't wrong again. "I thought I could get a part-time job in the evenings after school. It's about time. I'm 22 soon." Will knew how to placate his mother before revealing his plans for a part-time job. "Who's stopping you?" Rachel agreed, not yet understanding the connection in her son's words. "Well, I got my license at school, but I haven't had much practice. I have a license, I have money, I need a car. I'll go to a taxi, earn money, and gain experience. You'll always need a car," Will exhaled. "A car." Then Rachel said through her lips. Will waited, breathless, like a pigeon, waiting for a handful of grain from its master's hand. Rachel was figuring out what the car would give and what it would demand. A vehicle of one's own is a convenience. Meanwhile, age was making itself known with sore knees, blood pressure, and increasing health problems. The money spent on the car will not hit the family budget, as it was put aside long ago. But the question of earning money. But let her son earn a penny, but really learn to drive, become more responsible, as she wanted. The main thing is that he should not neglect his studies. The figures add up. A car is a necessary thing. Unlike a guitar, Rachel said more warmly. Will even opened his mouth. He was already making backup plans. How to persuade his parents to hide the car at their place, how to deal with the evening absence. And here was this gift of fate. "Do you mind?" he asked with a smile he couldn't quite contain. "I'm not euphoric, but I support it," Rachel answered graciously. "Just think carefully about what you buy. Don't buy a cat in a bag. Ask a knowledgeable person for help. And don't skip classes and fail your diploma." "Mum, I know," Will reassured her. "Thank you," he hugged Rachel and walked happily into the room. Of course, Will had been a bit of a liar. Yes, he did want a part-time job in the taxi business. But even more than that, Will wanted freedom from his mum's control. A car would give him that freedom, even if only partially. He could have bought it secretly, but that wasn't the way the budding lawyer's mind worked. Will realized that he needed to prepare the ground and get his mother's official permission to buy it. Then it would be difficult for her to accuse him of anything. And if periodically with a willingness to bring money, Will thought, Rachel will approve the purchase, and you can relax. A week later, Will had a new, but not new, foreign car. Bruce, Alex's father, had personally helped him pick it out, and a car mechanic can't go wrong. Alex persuaded Will to celebrate the purchase the first night, but the guy refused. Instead, he drove around the neighborhood at first cautiously, getting used to the character of the new friend, and then he went boldly into the city. The car behaved perfectly. In the morning, Will drove Rachel to work and himself ran to the pairs, and in the evening wheeled through the streets, picking up passengers. Rachel treated the car with distrust at first, but quickly realized the relief it would bring her. Soon the woman got used to it, and even with interest asked her son if he tucked in the Iron Horse after work, and whether it was necessary to wash it. Will chuckled secretly, but did not show it. He had another reason for buying a car, but no one knew about it. At 15, like any teenager, Will's blood hormones were surging. He became interested in girls. No, the affable and agile boy had never had any trouble making friends with them. Now he was attracted to his former girlfriends in a different way. He wanted to talk to them, to do nice things for them, not just run around the yard. So Will had his first girlfriend from the parallel class. But when Rachel found out about it, she made a huge scandal. Will stood in front of Rachel, almost crying, and she lectured him about the importance of studies over love relationships. The boy wanted to spite his mother and continue dating his girlfriend. But Rachel did her best. She found the phone parents of the girl and in a strict form informed them that their daughter distracts Will from his studies. The unyielding tone of the chief accountant put everything in its place. Will had been shunned by a former friend at school. Rachel thought she was doing the right thing, for in her own life she had never had the joy of love, only trouble and nerves. Why waste precious time on such nonsense? You have to achieve something first, make a reputation, study, and then look for a suitable mate, and only one that she, Rachel, is completely happy with. She's not going to let some frivolous girl stop her Will from moving forward. Will quietly hated his mother's position, but there wasn't much he could do about it. He realized that arguing with her was useless. He had to maintain a secret private life. However, whether it was his aura or Rachel's invisible hand interfered, each new girl did not stay for long. About Will in the institute began a quiet horror. Everyone knew where his mother worked, and among graduate students and professors gossip spread at the speed of light. And every new girlfriend of her son, the bossy accountant and part-time teacher, poisoned her classes as much as she could. And if she couldn't do it herself, she asked her colleagues to do it for a small favor. One student, Rachel, and her mates drove her so badly that the poor girl transferred to another university. Will eventually realize that if you look for a friend, then outside the institute, where you can hide her from her mother as much as possible. Nothing good came of this idea. His mother could barely smell his feminine perfume. She'd call if he was late after a date with a girl. Will couldn't get out anywhere normally, as Rachel only encouraged academic zeal or rare friendships. The study group of girls were intimidated by her shadow, always invisibly standing behind the young lawyer's back, and they quickly severed their relationship with him. Of course, no one wanted such a principled and intrusive mother-in-law. Judy stood in front of the restaurant manager, her tear-red eyes drooping to the floor. For the third time this week, the man was sternly reprimanding the waitress just around the corner from the kitchen. For the third time this week, you've acted rashly and put me in an idiotic position in front of my guests, he said. But I didn't mean to. I was pushed. Judy tried to justify herself. We all don't want something. Judy, you didn't want to break glasses on Monday? Didn't want to forget the dirty rag on the hall table on Wednesday? Didn't want to spill wine on our regular guest today? The manager folded his arms, lowering his voice, in style generating a faint hope in Judy's heart. I'll be more careful, honestly, I promise, she said. The manager sighed irritably. You promise your mom you'll be back by 11 p.m. and I'll have to fire you. Such workers are a loss and a disgrace to the place. You get your shift pay today and get the hell out of here. Judy opened her mouth, but the words stuck in her throat. Her eyes stung even more. The manager left. She worked a few more hours trying not to pay attention to the customers in the restaurant. She changed her clothes, stuffed a few notes into her coat pocket, and quietly slipped out of the service exit. Only on the street did Judy allow herself to cry. She had been used to the fact that nothing in life was easy since she was a little girl. Judy had lost her parents early and knew how hard it was to earn a living. When she was 7, her family and little brother died in a fire. Nothing was left of their house. Anna, an elderly neighbor, took the frightened little girl into her care. She raised the girl, gave her everything she could, but Anna could not do much to feed, to drink, to love, and only that. The neighbor's modest money was not enough for beautiful clothes, toys, or sweets. People don't live well in the village. Judy helped her foster mother as much as she could. She tended the garden and a small farm with a dozen chickens while she was at school. From the time she was a little girl, Judy could do all the housework, cooking and baking. After school, she stayed with Aunt Anne, although she insisted on sending her to get an education. "How could I leave you?" said her aunt, while Judy carefully smoothed the corner of the pillowcase with an old iron. "Oh, come now, Judy." Sat in the armchair next to Aunt Anna. "I'm not going anywhere. And you've got to get on with your life. You're not going to clean up after me forever." This kind of talk was repeated many times. Auntie was cheerful, but Judy could see that she was finding it harder and harder every month to do her usual housework. In the end, she insisted that Aunt Anna go to the city and be examined. The doctors prescribed heart medication and monthly routine checkups. Seeing the prices in the pharmacy, Judy only waved her hands. And then she realized that she would have to leave after all to go to the city and work so that her aunt could be treated. Without education, it was hard for a girl to find a job, and she had to live somewhere else. At weekends, she would take the train to the village to visit her Aunt Anna. Judy got a tiny room in a hostel on the edge of town and got a job as a cleaner in a shopping center. Things went well at first, but one day she tripped and a bucket of water fell over. It flooded the electrical system of one of the shops. As a result, the store was left without lights and no customers for 2 days. Judy was fired without pay. The girl was not sad for long and decided to try to work as a nanny in a recruitment agency. They looked squeamishly at her hands without manicure, dirty from working in the vegetable garden and washing floors, assessed her nails and asked her to leave. Judy sighed but did not put down her hands, which were dirty by the standards of city ladies. She started handing out leaflets and newspapers. True, the income from such work was quite modest. One day in those very newspapers, Judy saw an ad that the restaurant needs a dishwasher. She was accepted without much questioning, given gloves and a sponge and told to start work the same day. For 2 months, Judy worked hard, rubbing glasses, washing plates and pans. One day, a waitress didn't turn up at the restaurant. The manager burst into the kitchen, took a quick look at Judy, told her to change, put on an apron and go out into the hall to serve the guests. The first few days were hard, but the girl worked hard. She quickly learnt the simple craft of waitressing. "You are quick," the manager once said to her, catching her mute question. "It's easier for me to hire a granny at the car wash than to look for an adequate employee in the hall." Things were going well at first, with customers leaving good tips. Judy bought herself some decent clothes, sent more money to the village, some presents and a supply of medicine for her aunt. And then the black streak began. Then a rag, so inadvertently forgotten in a hurry on one of the tables, then broken crockery. And now a guest spilled wine on the table, and Judy was fired. The girl walked down the night street, wiping her tears. The most offensive thing is that she already thought that everything was getting better, spent all the money, and did not pay for the room in time. The landlords were waiting for payment and were already looking askance at the young tenant. When Judy got home, she found another surprise. Her belongings had been carelessly packed into a gym bag and put out into the corridor with an obvious hint. There was no more strength to cry. The pay for one shift wouldn't be enough to cover a month's pay. She wouldn't be so humiliated after being evicted in absentia. She grabbed her bag by the handles, unhooked her keys from the keychain, put them on the bollard next to her, and left. The penetrating October wind was blowing in from all sides. She would reach the railway station, and there she would take the first train in the morning to her aunt's village. Quietly crying and wiping her tears at night, Judy decided to try again. Each time it was harder and harder, but the health of her own loved one was more precious to her. Will's mood was great. He'd done a good job today. Outside the window, the streetlights, the bright signs, the neon lights of the city in the rain seemed to flow with color. It was even brighter. At night, since the beginning of his shift, Will's work had been going well. There were expensive orders and interesting passengers. By 6 o'clock, Will had a discussion with a philosophy professor, laughed with animators in costumes, drove 2 elderly girlfriends to the theater. The guy liked driving around the city. He felt free and relaxed. Of course, there were some silent passengers, but for some reason they were a minority. The atmosphere in the car apparently disposed even the hardened silent ones to talk. By midnight, the downpour had intensified. Will dropped off the last passenger at the edge of town in a private sector and decided it was time to call it a day. He made a leisurely stop at a petrol station, picked up a coffee and a sandwich, left a tip for the gas station attendant, and headed home in a melancholy mood. There were hardly any people on the streets at this late hour, so Will was surprised to see a girl walking along the side of the road. She was soaking wet, a useless cloak in her hands, carrying a heavy sports bag. "Young lady, what are you doing? Get in. I'll give you a lift home." The guy stopped and opened the door from the passenger's side. "And I have nowhere to go." He heard a completely broken voice. "I don't have a home here, but let me take you somewhere. The weather's terrible," Will insisted. "It's free." He suddenly felt surprisingly sorry for the girl, not because she was walking alone at night in a downpour, but because Will felt a silent call for help. The kind of call you might read in the eyes of a puppy abandoned in a box. "Sit down, please." "I can't leave you here at a time like this." Will emphasized the word please very strongly. "The stranger," he thought, sighed. Then she crossed the puddle by the curb and grabbed the door handle. They drove in silence for a while. Will turned on the heater to warm the shivering passenger. "How did you end up here?" The boy was the first to ask. And Judy told him. It was as if she'd been saving it all up for months, and now she was out of control. She talked, and Will listened until he realized she was crying. "You'll forgive me for sitting here crying like this," Judy apologized confusedly as the car stopped at the traffic lights. "It's a terrible shame for you, a stranger." Instead of answering, Will pulled some tissues from the glove compartment. "But why a stranger?" "My name is Will," he smiled and handed the girl a paper handkerchief. She sobbed. "Well, now we know each other. Would you like some coffee or tea?" Before Judy could answer, he stopped at another petrol station and disappeared through the door. 5 minutes later, Will handed her a hot cup, a small chocolate bar, and threw his jacket from the back seat over her shoulders. They pulled off to the pad to the side. Will tried to lighten the mood as best he could, even tried some awkward jokes. This girl's story seemed to him like a mockery of fate, and at the same time he felt a desire to help. It was strange. Will wouldn't call himself a sentimental person, and he wasn't a philanthropist. He didn't give money to beggars, and he wasn't Robin Hood. "And now I have nowhere to go," Judy finished, stroking the hot drink with her fingers. "I can hardly afford a hotel. And I don't know much about this town. Bring me, please, to the railway station. If it's not too much trouble, I'll wait for the train there." "You'll freeze at the station in your wet clothes," Will said. "Stay at my place, and tomorrow I'll take you to the station." The words came out of his mouth before he could think about it. At that moment, he thought neither of his mother nor of morality. He wanted out of the goodness of his heart to do something good for his occasional passenger. Judy froze, and for the first time truly stared at Will in amazement. He nodded silently, with a slight smile, confirming his offer. And Judy suddenly agreed. Tired, wet, exhausted, she figured she had nothing to lose, and so be it. Late that evening, Will spoke to his mother in a way he had never spoken before. Rachel, of course, was against her flat acting as a night shelter for unemployed women. For the first time, however, her son didn't fawn over her, didn't ask for permission, but spoke in a voice as firm as granite. Rachel even felt a chill down her spine, so different from the Will she was used to. "She'll clean herself up, and I'll walk her out tomorrow morning," he said. "Don't embarrass yourself, Mom. If you can't kick a poor girl off the street, you'll only embarrass yourself in front of her and the neighbors." Will gave his mother another firm look and went downstairs to the car to fetch Judy. Rachel was quietly seething, but somehow she couldn't object. Had something about him changed that night? Something that made the woman, against her will, look at her son differently. The university's chief accountant defiantly closed herself in her bedroom and switched off the lights. Will put Judy in his room and moved to the sofa in the living room. The girls hung their wet clothes on the backs of chairs and radiators. "Good night to you," Judy Will said as he closed the door. "Good night to you, too." "Thank you," she replied. She lay back on her pillow, closed her eyes, and smiled for the first time in many days. Will stood outside the door, wondering what had happened to him today. Was it a fit of pity, a surge of emotion, or had his soul reached out to someone unfamiliar but dear, so needing protection and care? Early in the morning, Rachel got ready for work. She was offended by her son's behavior. To prove it, the woman got up at the crack of dawn and decided to go to the university herself, although she was used to Will driving her. But principle and offense were dearer. Rachel examined her guest's old-fashioned coat on the rack by the bathroom, then glanced even more squeamishly at the worn trainers. The lady's things in the corridor hinted that she was not a clean person and had an unstable income. The woman stepped over the other woman's shoes, determined to wash the hallway with bleach when she returned and left. Will and Judy woke up almost simultaneously. Will saw through the doorway Judy timidly trying to find the bathroom. It was not without some awkwardness. Will, like a hospitable host, even made breakfast. Really, it was sandwiches and tea. But it was spoilt when he dropped the unpretentious food himself. The sandwich landed sausage side down and slapped a piece of butter on Judy's trouser leg. The young people looked at the sad piece of salami on the plate for a few seconds, and then they laughed. It was so relaxed and easy with this girl that Will didn't even notice his mother's absence from the morning. The awkwardness had disappeared from the conversation. "Are you on your way to the railway station?" he asked. They chatted like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Judy had forgotten all about what had happened to her yesterday. It was sunny, just as it had been in this rainy city. She told her sudden companion about her childhood at her aunt's house, about how she liked to pick dandelion bouquets from the vegetable garden, about the time she had been pecked by a rooster, about her first for dictation. There was no sadness or longing in these stories, only carefree childhood and the sincere delight of a child. Will listened eagerly, taking in every word, absorbing these pure emotions, which he almost never got from his mother. With her commanding temperament, she was always dry, not praising, not encouraging, not interested in her son's dreams and discoveries. Rachel was preoccupied with the primary worldly tasks: food, regime, studies, profession, finances. Will had enough friends. He was loved by teachers at school. Girls were not shy to make eyes at him. But all that paled in comparison to what this 19-year-old girl from the countryside was telling him today, with simplicity, purity, and trust. They waited for the train together, sitting on the platform. "Thank you very much," Judy said, saying goodbye again with some awkwardness. "I don't know how to thank you." "Oh, come on," Will said. "But I do. Let's meet up again when you get back and go to the cinema." "You've never been to the cinema here, have you?" Will asked. No, Judy smiled, her eyes downcast. "Well then, it's settled." "Oh, it's already leaving." The boy was in a hurry. He helped Judy carry her bag into the carriage. They embraced with some embarrassment. The train honked a couple of horns and lazily dragged the carriages along the tracks away from the city. "Why are you so happy, my daughter?" asked the old country lady sitting opposite Judy. "I guess I've come to believe in miracles again," she said, settling back in the passenger seat and hiding a smile at the corner of her lips. Will came home early that day. He didn't have to work long after the couples. The gratuitous, joyful feeling was getting in the way. Wanted to share it with everyone he met. But one person was unwilling to accept such a gift. And that was Rachel. She came home from work, put on her thick rubber gloves, and scrubbed the corridor with all her might. But then she ran her hand through her hair, ruffling it, and waited. "Mom, why does it smell like chlorine?" Will exclaimed, embarrassed, as soon as he opened the flat door. "And that, son, is the dirt from your country girl," Rachel said wryly, appearing in the corridor. At that moment, Will felt as if he'd been punched in the face. His mother had never hit him, but she could hurt him with words. The boy exhaled and answered in the tone of his parents' intonation. Unfortunately, not all dirt is washed away with chlorine. There was a silence in which the light bulb in the chandelier could be heard crackling. Rachel was numb, but more from amazement than anger. She was used to not being rebuffed at work, where she was feared and respected by her colleagues, or by students for the same reasons. But her own son. This was a serious inconsistency in her numerically calibrated chief accountant's brain. "I raised you, trained you, almost led you through life, and you, son, are shameless," she said. "Or maybe I'm tired of you holding my ears everywhere." Will objected. "Study there, walk there, stand there, don't meet there, don't look there. I'm sick of your control," Will said. "I see you've picked up a lot of chutzpah from that redneck, too." Better chutzpah than a lifetime of being told what to do by someone else, Will whispered. Will slammed the front door so hard that vials and figurines fell from the table. He slept in the car that night. Such loud arguments with his mother had never happened before. The boy had always kept his temper in check or skirted around the sharp edges. But now there was something that had been hurt, something that wouldn't tolerate the insults. Judy wouldn't tell her aunt what had happened. She said she was just visiting for a few days. The shrewd relative noticed at once that her stepdaughter was unusually cheerful. "Judy, did you meet someone?" Aunt Anna asked at dinner. The girl burst out in surprise and dropped her spoon into her plate, splashing the table around her. "Oh, you don't have to answer that. I can already see that I've met you," Aunt Anna laughed. Judy told the named mother about Will. "The main thing is that he's a good man. You don't see much selfless help these days," she said, patting her stepdaughter's shoulder approvingly. "I don't think I'm right for him," said Judy. "And anyway, maybe that's just the way it is. I was already dreaming of a house with a rose garden. And if you don't dream, why live at all?" The woman was genuinely surprised. "You should have fallen in love a long time ago. In my childhood, there was only school, a vegetable garden, and chickens. I'm old, I'm hanging on your neck." "But Auntie, don't say that," Judy objected. "Who else but me will help you? Youth is for dreams and joy and love. And you've done too much for me already. Go and meet him, and I'll give you something to dress up in." Aunt Anna got up and went into the room. From there, she heard the rustling and creaking of an old wardrobe. Soon the woman returned with 2 carnation earrings. "These were given to me by my husband Nicholas, the late Nicholas, for my wedding in 1973. Ural emerald, a good luck stone." She placed the jewelry in the palm of Judy's hand. The earrings were small but elegant, even noble. The light green stone played in the sun, shimmering with facets. Aunt Anna lightly pushed Judy to the mirror to try on the gift. It was as if the jewelry had been made for the girl. The emerald earrings looked even more beautiful against her brown hair. "Well, what's not a bride?" Aunt Anna said with a pat on the knee. Judy laughed and took another furtive look at herself in the reflection. That same night, Will called her himself. They chatted about everything and nothing. For about half an hour, the guy said he'd meet her at the train station. Also that he had a surprise. Judy exhaled, awkwardly said goodbye, and went to bed, gazing dreamily at the fishnet shadows on the ceiling. Will still apologized to his mother for being rude when he cooled down. The overly heated atmosphere in the flat was getting on his nerves. It was amazing how deftly he'd practiced law at university, operating on articles and laws, arguing with lecturers, but he'd never been able to defend his opinion to his mother until that day, so much so that she'd imbued him with her infallibility and authority. Rachel listened to her son's apology and pretended to accept it, but the chill in their relationship betrayed the truth. Perhaps she was a little more critical of her son than usual, as if playing back the hurt she had caused. And he seemed to become completely indifferent about his studies, about cars, about passengers at work. Fears, waves, an invisible speck on his shirt. He adjusted his coat collar, and a worm of worry curled up in Rachel's mind. Has something changed? Whereas before I could confidently say I knew my Will from top to bottom, now I couldn't. He was with me, and not with me at the same time. She'd been tempted several times to ask her son about the cause of her anxiety, but she didn't know how to begin. The controls by which Rachel's life had been structured had been broken. The day of their second meeting was unusually warm for October. The sun was so warm that Judy took off her mackintosh and carried it in her hands. Will even wore sunglasses, though he was hiding his eyes, which kept looking at the girl, her hair, her figure, her eyes, the polka dots on her blouse, the neat earrings. Every detail Will wanted to memorize and keep with him. In 3 days, he'd missed her so much it felt like they hadn't seen each other in forever. "So what's the surprise?" Judy asked, tucking an embarrassed strand behind her ear. Will nodded enigmatically and took her hand, calmly and confidently at the same time. In that gesture, all worry, fuss, and concern dissolved. They walked down a long avenue littered with yellow maple leaves and found themselves in a pet shop. "Do you want to get me a hamster?" Judy laughed. Will only smiled again. And to watch while here, I'll just be a second. He disappeared behind the racks of aquariums. Judy looked at the strange fish, the funny guinea pigs, and the noisy parrots. She liked the atmosphere, and she had always loved animals. When she was a little girl, she used to feed the chickens from her hands and stroke their feathers, but they just nodded curiously and looked into her face with their bird eyes. Judy was distracted from her thoughts as she played through the bars with a parrot as green as a young pea. I see you've got the hang of it, joked a small woman in an apron with the shop's emblem on it. Hello, Judy. My name is Ellie Wilson. Can I just call you Ellie? Will told me you were looking for a job. Ellie is my best friend Alex's mum, Will explained. And she'd love to have you, unless you say no, of course. Judy couldn't believe her ears with joy. Yes, she said. Yes, I'll do it. I'm ready to start today. I laughed. That's the spirit. But I don't need today. You'll find a place to live in 2 or 3 days, and then call me. She handed Judy her business card to a confused and happy Judy at the same time. Will had a few words with the friendly pet shop owner, and they walked out. This is the second time you've helped me. I'm already feeling very uncomfortable about it, Judy said. Judy looked at Will. I didn't do anything. The guy jokingly raised his palms up. The car brought you home to me, and Ellie took you to work. The girl laughed and poked him with a finger between the ribs with poorly hidden pride. Will gasped, laughed, and immediately started tickling Judy in return. They ran down the street like little kids, each giggling like school children. Passers-by looked round at the strange couple. But for them, the world gradually shrank from one to the other. Would you point your finger at me again if I said I'd help you a third time? Will asked when they were out of breath. Judy opened her mouth but said nothing. Will continued. Let's go to a place and then we can go to the cinema. I think we can make it in time. He looked at his wristwatch. About 15 minutes later, the boys pulled up outside the university dormitory. Will was friends with the head of the group, got along with the commandant. A little present in envelope with a thank you note did the trick, a slightly embellished story about a poor relative. And he agreed to let the pseudo-student live for a month or two, all the more so because Judy was more than suitable in age. But the commandant asked her to keep out of sight of the teachers and to come before 22. Are you a wizard, honestly? Fiddled with Will Judy when they went outside with the room key. The boy scrutinized himself carefully at his chin and the back of his head, and then stated with a very serious look. So no beard, like Hotabike. The magic cap is also missing. The verdict is, no, I'm not a wizard. Will leaned over to Judy and whispered conspiratorially. Well, maybe a little. He made her laugh playfully and cleverly solved in one day problems that had taken her weeks to solve. It really began to seem to the girl that those fairy tales told by her aunt in her childhood were beginning to come true. We have to hurry, Will took her hand again, firm and gentle at the same time. We have a film in 20 minutes. It was one of the most joyous days of Will's life in recent memory. Yes, he'd skipped out on couples today. Yes, he wouldn't be going to work tonight. Yes, his mother would be outraged to hear about it. But why? Right now he felt needed and happy. And happiness was definitely worth a couple of unattended classes and a few missed passengers. Rachel tapped her pencil nervously on her desk. She had given the students an assignment. They sat like mice and wrote, while the teacher was drowning in thought. 15 minutes ago, the department told her that Will had skipped class. He hadn't been in class before, or after lunch. The helpful group supervisor had even asked Rachel if her son was okay. The woman threw something discreet back, but inside her a mixture of resentment, frustration, and intense resentment was slowly bubbling up. Will didn't pick up his phone and generally switched it off wherever she looked. What does he allow himself, treating her like that? So what if he became an adult? A mother should be respected at any age. She wants what's best for him, to have a future, to become a powerful man, to make a name and a career. Where did it all start? I think it started with the unfortunate car. Yeah, that was a mistake. She let him. It was her own fault, believing a young man's good intentions. and now she's looking for him in that car. He got out of hand, felt he could do anything. So we need to get rid of her as soon as possible. And Will can go back to being a good student and a good son. And if he wants to work, he can be a paralegal. You can't trust a man, even if it is your own child. She knows what's best. She's lived her life and managed to settle down well only because of her acumen, her calculating and pragmatic nature. So she'll be able to beat the crap out of a young bloke's head. He'll thank her later when his classmates stomp on the training ground with their boots. It's Daddy's bad blood. Rachel remembered Will's father. He, too, had done some of the same things during their brief relationship. At first she even liked it, but then it became clear that without organization and discipline, nothing good would happen. And a little later, the beau and even blatantly made it clear that he really needed to noodle on the ears about eternal love, encouraging Rachel to have him move in with her. We can't let Will, the man she's raised all his life, suddenly veer off the path she's set out on. We've got to get rid of those weeds of excessive freedom, dodgy ladies around, and all that. The chief accountant was distracted from his thoughts by a call from the class. Students were hurriedly handing in their papers. Rachel didn't even look at the pile that had accumulated in a couple of minutes in the corner of her desk. In her mind, she was already creating a plan to save her son and get him back on track. Will had come home in a light, upbeat mood, and that made the air sparkle so much so that Rachel's mood was diametrically opposed. "Will, is there anything you want to tell me?" she asked, as soon as her son came into the kitchen and began to pour his tea. "No, Mum, not yet." The boy smiled radiantly at his mother from the other end of the kitchen. "So skipping class isn't enough reason to talk?" Rachel tried to hold back her outrage. Will's hand hovered in the air, a teaspoonful of sugar. "Mum, I'm a grown man. If there are any academic tales from my absence, I'll deal with them myself. Don't be so nervous." Rachel's calm, measured tone made her son's voice boil even more. "Why are you embarrassing me? Do you want people to point the finger at me for having a truant son?" "No, Mum. You want to make a big deal out of nothing. One day of absenteeism is not the disaster you imagined." Will still spoke firmly and calmly, even though it was costing him some effort. For some reason, after talking to Judy, he felt more mature, stronger, more confident. The weight that had been weighing on his shoulders since childhood and preventing him from objecting to his parent had dissolved into oblivion. It all starts with truancy. Then girls, then into stupid adventures. Before you know it, you'll be without a diploma, without a profession, and without a decent place in life, Rachel said. "Mum, stop making such a big deal out of it, please." Will sighed tiredly and rubbed his temples. The lightness and the wonderful impression of the day had evaporated because of this inane interrogation. Rachel, like a horse that had been yanked backwards at the most crucial moment, felt the invisible thread of her control over her son fleeing further and further forward, foreshadowing trouble. "Tell me, why did you skip school?" the woman asked. "I went to get my car repaired," Will threw back. He knew that the truth would make his mother even more furious, so he said the first thing that came into his head. "You think I can't see you're lying?" Rachel threw the towel over her shoulder and put her hands to her sides. "What car?" "I'm old, Will, but I'm not out of my mind yet." "I repaired the car," the guy said expressively, separating the words with pauses. "Give me the keys," Rachel demanded. "I bought this car for you, and I'll take it back." What happened next broke some flap in the woman's mind. Will silently took a bundle out of his pocket, unhooked the alarm keys from it, and placed them in his mother's palm. Rachel stared at them stupidly somehow. An emotional army of questions peered puzzledly from inside, not realizing where the enemy had gone. "Take it. Only you don't know how to drive." That's one thing. Will began to curl his fingers defiantly. "You can't sell it without the owner's signature." "Me, that's two. In the end, your money, as you say, will rot in the yard or will become the prey of car thieves when they find a car without an owner for several months. That's three." Rachel stared at him in amazement, gulping for air. Will calmly took the keys. Then he came very close and said quietly but seriously, "Don't forget who I'm studying for, even if I occasionally skip classes." The guy took a mug of tea from the table and left the kitchen. The incident was over. The first stage of Rachel's plan collapsed like a house of cards. Judy liked the job very much. For the first few weeks, she'd come to it as if it were an outlandish place. Ellie marveled at how quickly she grasped everything, and even did things more on instinct, but it was her childhood in the countryside and her experience in caring for animals. Judy quickly realized that she loved those hamsters, and what treats can only be given to parrots. In one day, she sorted through the pet food warehouse. Then she cleaned 2 old aquariums to a shine, which were dusty in the back room. "Well done," the shop owner praised her. "You can buy new fish if you have the space." Judy was not tired at all. The work didn't wear her out like before. In the evening, she would go to the dormitory, read a book, or look up information about her furry feathered charges on the net. She didn't want to collapse on the bed and fall asleep. This peculiar training bore fruit. The customers listened to the girl in vigor. When they were faced with the choice of buying a pet, Judy put little mice in the arms of children, showed them how to correctly catch fish with a net from the aquarium, explained how to teach parrots to talk. Ellie couldn't get enough of her, such a smart and diligent worker. Judy herself was quietly pleased. She was afraid to rejoice too loudly. Everything was going too well in her life. She was accustomed to pushing her way through, to flattery, to gnashing her teeth with tears in her eyes. Auntie had said that there were plenty of envious eyes around, and they didn't even have to be acquaintances. "So you'll be happy, and some offended lady on the street will spit and wish you bad things. So it's better to be quiet, but be sure that happiness is not going anywhere." Judy told her how she'd settled in. Allie unobtrusively asked about Will, but she didn't make a joke, but told it like it was. They saw each other 2 or 3 times a week. Will would drop by her place of work before a shift in a taxi, and they'd chat in the corner of the shop like a pair of canaries. Ellie had once chastised Will for interfering with Judy's work. But then she dismissed it, seeing the way the boys looked at each other. Judy hated to let him go every time, but she was afraid to say so. The range of emotions around Will was off the charts. She felt like a fool when he explained some historical facts with an important look. Then she was embarrassed and blushed. If he brought her goodies and small nice gifts, she drowned in his eyes as in a cup of fragrant tea. Once he waited for her after the shop closed. They drove around town all evening, and then Will handed her a neat bouquet. Never had any man treated her so simply and tenderly at the same time, apart from her aunt. But here was different. There was care, a twinge of shyness, a fear of offense, a desire to protect and shelter her under his wing. Judy felt it all without words. She'd once tried to start a conversation about thanking him for helping her with her job and housing. But Will put his finger to his lips and smiled. She was drawn to him more each day. When Judy went to the country, she missed him especially. She wanted to hold him in her arms, press her nose against his chest, and be silent. Smiling, in love, she finally remembered that you can live and work, not only for someone or for the sake of someone, but also just for yourself. Of course, Judy never stopped sending her aunt money and worrying about her health. But for the first time, she realized that she could exhale and slow down a little. That there were simple everyday joys, that you didn't have to run headlong into things, and that sometimes you could even let yourself relax. October ended and rainy, cold November came, followed by December. But not everyone was in as gloomy a mood of mind as Will was. The sun was shining all the time, whether he was in class or driving to work. Time dragged on, but with Judy it flew by like a blink. His mother was behind him, or pretended to be. He didn't really care. Will didn't respect or love her any less. He just realized it was time to protect his privacy. Funny how it was only meeting the girl from the village that put things into perspective. He used to wait anxiously for his mother's approval and worry about her every no, even though he'd found an alternative. Will also realized that his mother would definitely not approve of his affair with Judy. Not now, anyway. That's why he kept his girlfriend hidden. Why create unnecessary conflict? When the time came, he'd introduce them for real. Towards the end of the year, every accountant is a mess. You've got reports to make, documents to collate, debits and credits to reconcile. And, as is always the case, some certificates and forms were missing. Rachel had to send a couple of postgraduate students to lead the way, and herself to search for the necessary papers. She preferred to do everything in advance. There were plenty of examples of those who procrastinated. Sleepy students turning in their tails, and young professors who cursed the bureaucratic system of the university, trying to fill out all the journals in a day before an audit. Why do people have such a lack of respect for numbers? Because once you start, everything in life goes according to plan. Someone will stop being late, someone will find out where most of their money goes, and someone will make an informed decision. In Rachel's mind, as a perfectionist, everything was in order. Accounting, Marcus's student house, Will's shelf was empty. Outwardly, everything remained the same, and she couldn't charge anything to her son based on maternal suspicion alone. But that same instinct told her that her son had changed. More precisely, he stopped listening to her. Break all the shelves in the study. Rachel realized she had to go to the university dormitory. The necessary documents had to be there with the commandant. At first, the woman thought of sending a young assistant there, but then something urged her to go herself. And as it turned out, for good reason. As soon as Rachel came around the corner, she saw a familiar car in the car park in front of the dormitory. Will was standing next to it, reverently hugging some girl in an inconspicuous gray jacket, but with a bright green scarf. The chief accountant lurked round the corner like a detective. Then she took out her phone and snapped a couple of pictures. "Is this the mouse responsible for all my son's mischief?" the woman whispered, peering at Judy through the glasses. At first, Rachel wanted to give her offspring a thrashing right there in the car park. But experience told her she had to be more subtle. She'd already taken more than one skirt away from her boy, and this one wouldn't be a problem. Rachel even hid her face from her son, which she found most disgusting. The woman waited until the couple had left, and with a determined look, headed for the commandant's office. First, she decided to get all the necessary paperwork, and then to nail the guardian of the dormitory's piece to the wall with personal questions. "I've got a truant student who lives here. I want to talk to her." Rachel started from afar as the papers were already in her bag. "Who? We'll find her. We'll punish her." The commandant, who liked to show off to the faculty when he could, took a keen interest. However, it did not prevent him from covering student parties and absences for small or even large rewards. "But that's the trouble." Rachel waved her hands theatrically. "Such a truant. I can't remember the name, and I've seen it only once, but there's a photo. Help me find this shameless one." She shoved the phone, where Judy's face was clearly visible. He wiggled his nose predatorily, but then hesitated like a hound mistaking an empty tin can for a partridge. "Not ours." "Exactly," he shrugged his shoulders. "What do you say? Why don't you send an inspection down here? Have you had an accounting for a long time?" "And repairs?" Rachel raised one eyebrow expressively. The commandant's eyes flickered. He was choosing the lesser of evils. Considering that some of the public property had been written off, sold, and the pipes and electrics were held together by duct tape and word of honor, he didn't need any inspections. And to get the full because of the mess in the dormitory, or to get a little because of the lieutenant, the choice was obvious. But actually, the commandant remarked, "She's living in room 302, but temporarily, at the request of a relative from the village." Only here it reached him that the girl in question could not be a student, and therefore had not been truanting anything. But it was too late. Rachel had learnt what she needed to know. Apparently the law doesn't apply to you. Apparently an audit is in order. The head accountant adjusted her glasses, turned to the door, and walked out. By evening, Rachel knew everything about Judy: who she was, where she came from, what she was doing in the hostel, and how she'd got there. The story of a country girl with no education who was trying desperately to get a grip on the city had put everything into perspective. The woman realized that she was not wrong in her premonitions. She made a couple of calls and hung up the receiver of the working landline phone on the lever in satisfaction. Will looked at the time. It was almost 7 p.m. Judy would be finishing work in half an hour. The young people agreed to go for a walk. The weather was just right. It was snowing without wind. The city seemed to be covered with a downy shawl. The guy took a couple of cups of coffee, Judy's favorite chocolate treat, and went along a familiar route. But as he entered the shop, he saw instead of Joy a girl crying, and she was being comforted by Ellie. "It's okay, Judy, I can wait until you get resettled," the kind pet shop owner stroked the girl's back. "What's wrong?" Will rushed over to them, not forgetting his coffee, which he nearly spilled. "Everything's gone. They evicted me from the dorm. They said only students can live there." Judy wiped away her tears. "Well, actually, why am I surprised? "It's my fault," Will chided himself. "I should have looked for another place for you to live a long time ago. Where's your stuff? Is it in storage over there at our place?" Ellie nodded at the door behind the cash register. "It's not your fault. I'm the one who got too relaxed," Judy said. "Let's get going. Let's try to do something." Will took the bags from behind the door. "Aunt Ellie, if Judy doesn't work for a couple of days, won't anything happen?" "Oh, come on, Will." The woman waved her hand. "Well, what? I'm not human or something. Of course I'll wait." All the more reason not to throw away such laborers. Judy looked at her employer with eyes full of gratitude, and then at Will, who was already holding her jacket. "Fly, eagles, and business is not waiting," Ellie admonished them before leaving. The snow was still swirling in the air, falling serenely, dancing. Judy was instantly calmer around Will. He certainly wouldn't let her stay out at night. They got into the car, stowed their bags. "We'll sleep in a hotel tonight and find you a flat tomorrow," the guy said. "Just let's stop by my place. I think I left my car papers in my room. If they stop me, I don't want to pay a fine." "Sure, let's go," Judy nodded and unconsciously hugged Will's arm. As they reached their destination, they called several hotels and very soon found a free and inexpensive room. It was possible to exhale a little. As the car pulled into the driveway, Judy's phone suddenly rang. She thought it was the hotel receptionist, so she picked up the phone without looking at the screen. After a couple of minutes, the phone slipped out of the girl's hands and fell onto the seat. "What? Who called?" Will saw Judy sit up with a lost look and her eyes fill with tears again. "Auntie's been taken to the hospital." "It was the neighbor who called the ambulance," Judy muttered with wooden lips. Will pulled her to him and hugged her. "What on earth is all this coming down on you?" For he stroked the girl's hair and felt her shaking with sobs and tears. And Judy was crying again, only out of helplessness. She had just begun to believe in miracles as life brought her hard back to reality. "It's okay, it's going to be okay. Calm down. Let's go see your auntie." "What hospital did they take her to?" Will began fumbling in the armrests with his hand. "In the meantime, here's a drink. Tears won't help the grief, and my eyes will hurt." He pulled out a plastic bag of pills and a bottle of leftover mineral water. And then what they call a fatal accident happened. Judy swallowed the pills and began coughing desperately. Will, in a panic, rushed to knock the girl on the back and search for water in the car, but there was no more. He realized that just a little more, and they would have to go to the hospital for another reason. There was no choice but to go up to the flat to get a glass of water. Will flew into the kitchen without taking off his shoes and immediately rushed into the kitchen under his mother's surprised gaze. Rachel only had time to see her son rush back into the corridor with a hairdryer and a glass, and that there was someone coughing desperately. A few seconds later, the gazes of the unofficial mother-in-law and daughter-in-law met. At the former's it blazed with contempt, arrogance, and disgust. The latter's was frightened and confused. "Why did you bring this here?" Rachel didn't even bother to greet Judy. "Mum, can't you see? Is she sick?" Will stood up for his friend. "I see." The head accountant wrinkled her nose squeamishly. "And she wants to get a better job at your expense." Will stepped between his mother and Judy. "You and your numbers have already lost the last vestiges of humanity," he said, putting his back to the girl. "No, son, you're the one who's lost your mind." Rachel raised her hand and jabbed Judy with her finger. "That wench is just a regular country girl. She'll move in, get pregnant. She'll plop down on top of you in your flat and pull money out of you." Judy felt dizzy, whether from the fact that she could finally breathe normally or from the pounding, rod-like words of this frightening woman. "I'd rather lose everything with her once than go on living with you on a leash," Will blurted out. Will turned his back on his outraged mother and put his arm around Judy, who was trembling with shock, and out they went. To the hospital the young people drove in silence. The girl had no more strength for emotions, and the boy was ashamed in front of her. In the hospital, Judy barely made her way through the nurses to Aunt Anna's room. The woman was unexpectedly cheerful and was busily discussing something with another patient. Auntie Judy looked at her with a mixture of joy and bewilderment. The old one was in the cellar and slipped on the last step. She went tumbling, Aunt Anna began to say, and so contagiously cheerful that all present involuntarily smiled. I'm sitting on a pile of potatoes, my leg is curled up, my neck hurts somehow. The crown in my tooth has crawled out. I'm sitting up. Our neighbor went into the barn. I called out to her. So here I am. Oh, Aunt Anna, you know how to scare. Judy laughed and hugged the woman. It's a sprain. They put a plaster cast on me, covered the abrasions with green, but left it. While they check your heart pressure here, you need to keep an eye on it. Aunt Anna nodded at the pile of papers on the bedside table next to Judy's mother. Immediately she felt better. She was happy that everything had turned out all right. Neither lost accommodation nor nasty words could be more important than the love of those closest to her. Will's head poked into the room. He was tired of stomping down the corridor. Come in, come in. Young man, Aunt Anna waved her hand invitingly. Slightly embarrassed, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. Judy introduced them to each other. Within a couple of minutes, the conversation was already flowing animatedly. It was so easy and relaxed for all three of them, as if they were not in a hospital room but on a veranda. Sunset rays on a Saturday. They chatted until the nurse asked the visitors to leave as the time had passed 22. We'll come tomorrow, Judy promised. Come, come, come. Just the two of you, by all means. Aunt Anna winked approvingly at both of them goodbye. When Will didn't come to sleep over the first night, Rachel treated it as a whim. When he didn't show up the second, third night, Rachel began to worry. And when one day some of his things disappeared, she realized that the well-oiled system wasn't working. In the mind of a woman who measured everything in life by numbers, could not fit what had happened. The unfortunate broken cup came to mind. On the fourth day, Rachel caught Will in the corridor of the university. When are you coming home? She asked sternly but concernedly. I'm fine, Mum replied aloofly, coldly. Don't be nervous. He jerked his elbow out of his mother's palm and headed for another class. Will and Judy rented a flat. A neighbor in the village looked after the household. There, in that tiny room of an old 5-story building, Will felt as cozy and good as he had never felt anywhere else. He already knew that this girl would definitely become his wife. Her inner world, childlike directness, amazing sense of beauty charmed him. Her borscht cutlets could compete with restaurant dishes, and affectionate embrace in the evenings energized and relaxed at the same time. Judy runs to Aunt Anna's every day before work. Will, too, either stops by to visit his aunt in the hospital or to deliver something. Judy's got herself a fiancé, chuckled Aunt Anne. What a fiancé, waved away Judy, red as a beetroot. Aunt Anna. I'm old, but I'm not bad. I can see you both are blooming like a flower bed. On a May afternoon, the woman gave her stepdaughter a good-natured pat on the head. Will only smiled discreetly at these words, for they were pure truth. When Aunt Anna was discharged, the young people took her to the village. The elderly woman, limping but cheerful, was always joking. From that day, Will began to go to see her with Judy almost constantly. He liked the village atmosphere, the peace and tranquility. He himself had never had relatives in the countryside, and therefore everything here was a wonder. The young man looked at the house and yard with keen interest, zealously cleared the snow, and constantly found other things to do that required a man's hand. He changed the tap, insulated the wiring, rehung the doors on the kitchen cupboards. I wish I could go for a walk with you, Aunt Anna elbowed Judy in the corridor. I'm tired of planting potatoes and digging beds in the spring. I'd love to. Will came out from under the sink with a plumber's wrench, and Judy laughed. Periodically, the couple's idyll in the village or in the flat was broken by Rachel's phone calls. She asked Will to come back, shouted at him, threatened him, begged him, but the guy was adamant. Yes, it was hard to combine studying, working in a taxi, and traveling out of town. On weekends, I had to deny myself something to pay the rent. But it was better than living under orders and constant control. Mom, I'm fine. Don't be nervous, Will answered with duty phrases without appealing to his conscience. Neither entreaties nor even tears could make him become comfortable and right by his mother's standards again. In the end, Will began to be at home, but for a tick, and the new address kept secret. He also never refused help. But he kept his distance and continued to defend his personal boundaries. Rachel's anger was replaced by jealousy, powerlessness, and it flowed into resentment. Colleagues said different things who scolded the country girl, who suggested to get away from his son. But all agreed in one thing, that at such a young age to be so nervous will not bring good. Several months had passed since mid-April. It burst into town with cherry blossoms and the scent of the first daffodils. Rachel, though she tried, couldn't fully accept the fact that her son was living apart. On one warm day, when the sun was shining almost in summer, on her way home from work, the accountant sat down on a bench in the lilac bushes. Usually Rachel never sat on it with her neighbors, considering such sit-downs beneath her dignity. But today her new shoes were chafing her feet, and she had no choice. Harry's elderly neighbor came out of the driveway, leaning on his wand. He was a quiet old man who lived on the ground floor, tended the flower beds, fed the birds, and never bothered anyone. "It's a beautiful day today," he greeted Rachel, lifting his old-fashioned hat. "Terrible. My feet are all blistered," she mumbled back. "My son's been on my nerves since winter. Work's a mess. It's not beautiful. Feet will heal. Work is not a wolf. And the son's a fixable problem," Harry shouted and walked away to his wicket. And he left his mother. Dumped her like a cow with her tongue, Rachel thought as she adjusted her shawl. "Nina, you can fix it here. I was like you when I was young." The neighbor suddenly changed his tone. "Also scolded my daughter for falling in love early. Married a weaver instead of a soldier." Rachel, whose mind was full of unfriendly thoughts, suddenly scattered like sparrows from a bush. And nothing. Graduated from college, teaches dancing to kids. Happy. Her eyes are shining. And now I'm happy about my granddaughter, Rachel. I took her to the circus when she was a little girl. Now she's running from school with a certificate. Grandpa, and she's all grown up now." Harry sat down on the bench next to Rachel. "What's this got to do with my son?" she asked in bewilderment. "It's because you have to let children go in time. You can't make a bed for them everywhere. So let them make their own mistakes and learn their own way. You want what's best for you, but maybe it's best in his head." The old man looked at Rachel carefully. "How would he know?" the woman began. The old man interrupted her and looked into her eyes clearly but slightly sternly. "Do you want to see your grandchildren?" There was something in that look that made Rachel's inner commander surrender, embarrassed and hiding in a far corner. "I do," she stammered for some reason. "And if you keep fighting with your son, you won't see it." Harry folded his hands on the hilt of his cane. "It's about time he flew out of the nest and made his own. He's a good-looking lad. Let's go." Rachel sighed. The elderly neighbor had simply and without ceremony revealed the truth that she had been afraid of all her life and did not want to admit that her son would grow up sooner or later, that he would not replace her husband. Rachel realized that not everything in life is about numbers and controlling every event around her. She rejected all suitors for fear that they would take over her flat and ended up staying in it alone. She pushed all the girls away from her son, and he still chose the one he liked. She didn't spare the students either, even though they were already studying her subjects and feared absences like fire. All she did was point, control, criticize, seeking to fill the void in her own soul. Any way you look at it, it's a beautiful day. Harry noisily sniffed the air with his nose, calling out fresh. He began to watch the magpie in the tree. Rachel nodded faintly and smiled. The black and white feathered bird hopped busily along the branches with a stick in its beak. At one point the bird dropped its trophy, made a loud cracking sound, and then swooped down to the ground, picked up the wand, and flew away with it. Judy and Will gathered in the village in the early morning of first May to do chores for the holiday to help Aunt Anne clean up the grounds and plant vegetables. In the evening the plan was kebabs, biscuits and potatoes. Young people had already left the house and put bags with things in the car. Suddenly Will was called by a familiar voice. He turned at the sound. "Mum, how are you here?" he wondered. "I mean, how did you find me?" Judy froze in front of the car. She was overcome by the echoes of that nasty feeling of standing on the doorstep of a stranger's flat in winter and hearing things about herself. Old friends helped, Rachel replied. I wanted to talk about everything that happened. Her mother's voice was unusually soft, without a dictatorial tone. She seemed to be holding them back. Or maybe it was something else. Mum, if this is what you're talking about again, my decision hasn't changed, Will said, gripping his bag more comfortably. No, son, I need to. Suddenly tears sprang from Rachel's eyes, which she began to wipe away with her fingers. Both Judy and Will were in a hurry, Judy to get out of her stupor, and Will from the fact that he had never seen his mother cry in his life. He wondered if she was even capable of it. Will hastily hugged the woman and began to soothe her. Don't cry, Mum. Everything is fine. What's wrong? Oh, Will. My boy, I have so much to tell you. Rachel turned to Judy, and to apologize to you. Come with us to the village. Will looked at his mum. Will relax, sit, and get to know everyone. It's the spring festival after all. He nodded to Judy, and she inclined her head in agreement, showing that she supported the idea. Aunt Anna took the visit well. Judy had never told her what had happened between her and the mother of the chosen one. So the acquaintance took place easily and quietly. Rachel and Aunt Anna found common ground surprisingly quickly and began discussing recipes while sitting at a table in front of the porch. Will had pulled the table out of the kitchen in anticipation of the evening gatherings. The women tried to help the young people clean up the grounds, but they only waved their hands. Why are you staring at Mum like you're seeing her for the first time? Judy nudged Will lightly with her elbow as they picked up last year's dry leaves and branches from the vegetable garden. It was the first time I'd ever seen her. The real one, the young man leaned his gloved hands on the rake. How different this woman was from the one who all my childhood fed me porridge according to the regime, scolded me for being 2 minutes late, and gave me a lot of F's. In the evening, when all the pressing matters were over, kebabs, roast, set table, the small group finally sat down together. Rachel, who had traveled light from town, covered her shoulders with a furry scarf. Aunt Anna got the house wine, put the best treats on the table. She even laid a festive snow-white tablecloth, which everyone persistently discouraged her from doing. And when, if not tonight? The stubborn hostess was diligently straightening the corners and aligning the pattern in the center. Judy switched on the antique radio, which, like a grasshopper, stuck its long antenna whiskers out of the window, feeding the chatter of presenters and retro songs. The evening became especially soulful when it got dark and some smooth tune played on the airwaves. Rachel suddenly rose from the table, glass in hand. I want to apologize, she began, taking a deep breath. First of all to you, Judy. I behaved abominably. I apologize for my rudeness, my arrogance. I can see that my son is happy with you, and that's what matters to any mother. Judy smiled with one eye at Rachel's mute question. She continued. I want to apologize to you, Will. I've tried to be the best mother to you, to replace your father and grandparents. But in this list of duties and discipline, I completely forgot about simple moments of warmth, childhood joys and your dreams. Forgive me, my boy. She discreetly took the napkin from her son's hands and blotted the tears that had come to her eyes again. Mum, you'd better stop it. There's no need to apologize, Will took the woman's hand. No, I know what I'm saying, Rachel interrupted him. She looked at Aunt Anna, and I want to apologize to you too. Why should I apologize? The hostess splashed her hands, nearly knocking over the decanter. To you and to all the people who live in the villages. I always thought of them as second-class people, uneducated and stupid. I see now that I was terribly mistaken. It was only in my old age that I realized what frames I had been wearing all my life. Rachel exhaled and drank all that was in the glass. You're so clueless, you have to work the garden with your hands clashing. Aunt Anna scolded her. But since it's such an evening, I have something to say. Will looked round the room. The first news is that I've been taken on as a paralegal. After the end of the term, I'll start a work placement in my specialty. The second, he turned his gaze to Judy, who was waiting animatedly. For her, the news of the paralegal was indeed a surprise. But the real surprises were ahead. And Judy. Will turned his whole body towards her. I like to believe that a girl like you wouldn't give up the humble burden of being a lawyer's wife. Will you marry me? Will asked. Aunt Anna opened her mouth in surprise. Rachel let out a second wave of tears, barely recovering from her loud apology. Judy stared in amazement, a thin, dainty ring in the simple box. I could be a taxi driver's wife, I'll do it. She jumped up and hugged Will tightly, not believing what was happening. After all the congratulations, there was a loud discussion of the forthcoming wedding. Aunt Anne said that the celebration should be a village tradition. Rachel argued with her, insisting on a restaurant. Will intervened when the relatives got to the point of discussing the festive table. No one's getting married yet. It's too early to plan a hot meal, he calmly reassured them. Women need to plan ahead, Rachel replied. That's right, said Aunt Anna. I might not have enough pickles. Judy laughed out loud, and so did everyone else. It was past midnight when they decided to call it a night. Will took Mom into the house. Rachel was tired from the abundance of events, the road and the revelations, so she fell asleep as soon as she got into bed. Judy and Aunt Anna were clearing the table, abandoning everything the surgeon left for a remote village, and one day returning earlier froze when he saw. A hospital is a place of struggle between life and death. October evening in the intensive care unit of the hospital was another battle. William, an experienced cardiac surgeon, was operating on the heart of a 42-year-old woman who had suffered a myocardial infarction. 42 is not the age for a heart attack. But sometimes life takes its toll and disease catches up with people prematurely. Artificial circulation has been switched on. The cooling process of the heart is normal, Nurse Lucy reported to the surgeon in a thin voice. The patient was connected to several devices that simulated respiratory activity and were supposed to replace the heart for the duration of the operation. The woman's pink blood was circulating through two transparent tubes. Inserted into the vein, the surgeon commanded his brother, who connected a third tube to the vein. Everything was ready for artificial cardiac arrest. Such a dangerous medical action was necessary to perform surgery on the right atrium. It's worth it to cool the whole heart another couple of degrees, William said. He made an incision in the right atrium. Carefully placing a few clamps, he clamped off the blood flow. William had performed this operation dozens of times before. The valve is narrowed, the surgeon said. In this condition, there is a high risk of a second heart attack or even strokes. That's why valve replacement surgery was vital. The most difficult thing was to take out the diseased heart valve and replace it with a prosthesis. Such a prosthesis is designed for 40 years of service, and with a successful operation, the patient began to live a full life. That's why William's phone was ringing off the hook every holiday with congratulations from grateful patients. In his office on the table there were always flowers, candy, and bottles of strong drinks, which he usually did not even spoil. All 28 previous heart valve surgeries had been successful. No, William had had some fatal operations, but they were no more than 1% of all surgical procedures. That's a good rate, even for such a recognized master. He realized that, but he still saw every death as a personal loss. 5 minutes, said the nurse loudly, who was obliged by the protocol of the operation to report how long the heart had remained motionless. 5 minutes was not critical, so William calmly continued to operate. When the heart stops, you have to work very quickly, because every minute the heart is not beating is a risk factor. The longer the heart is idle, the harder it is to get it going again. And William worked quickly, without unnecessary movements. He hardly gave the nurse any commands anymore. She had been through all 28 operations with him, and knew well what was required of her. The nurse silently fed him the necessary instruments. After a couple of minutes, William pulled out the mechanical valve and began the installation process. He carefully stitched through the heart tissue, carefully securing the prosthesis to the heart muscle. 10 minutes, the nurse exclaimed again. Once again, this did not cause William any concern. The average heart surgeon sewed up new valves in an average of 30 to 40 minutes. Williams took no more than a quarter of an hour. Solution, William said softly. And the nurse spritzed his gloves with a special liquid to keep his fingers from slipping as he closed the valve. Lucy brought the syringe to William's hands again and pressed it to release the saline solution. But the front tip of the syringe came off and fell straight into the right atrium. Ouch, the nurse shrieked, and reached to pull the cap out with her hands into the still-sewn valve. Stop, William grabbed Lucy's arm and pulled her away from the valve. The surgeon's reaction was almost instantaneous, but it was too late. The prosthesis had severely damaged the right atrium. William, I tried. Lucy started to make excuses. Calm down. Go on, William commanded firmly and began to try to fix the prosthesis somehow. It started to bleed. William demanded one tool or another, asked to tweak various instruments. A person unfamiliar with surgery wouldn't have realized what was happening. Something was out of control, but the sound of the heartbeat did not change the rhythm, the pressure. Breathing was normal. But the thing was, both the heartbeat and the breathing were artificial. The real heart stood motionless, and it was not clear whether it would ever start again. I didn't mean to, Lucy whispered, sobbing. Not now. Get a hold of yourself, William whispered. After a few minutes, he managed to stop the bleeding. He examined the heart. The vessel to which the valve was to be connected was badly damaged. Theoretically, with such damage, the heart could work again, but the chances were very slim. And replacing the vessel required extensive training, heart tests to find the right prosthesis. Doing it right now meant that the chance of the heart starting again was critically low. A decision had to be made immediately. William ran through several scenarios in his head in a matter of seconds. He remembered the experience of various cardiac surgeons, thousands of pages of readings. He roughly calculated the probability that the heart would start successfully with such damage to the vessel 5%, with an unprepared prosthetic vessel 10%. So we have to do a prosthetic. 15 minutes, the nurse called out like a thunderclap. According to William's calculations, by that time the most difficult part of the operation should have been completed. Go to the supervisor, William commanded the other nurse. Explain the situation to her and tell her that the damaged vessels need to be replaced immediately. The nurse ran out of the operating theater and headed for another floor. The head of the cardiology department, Beatrice, was a large lady. She was an experienced cardiologist. When a frightened nurse came running to her, he briefly explained the situation to her. Beatrice jumped up from her seat and quickly went to the intensive care unit. On the way, she dialed some number on her phone. Hello, quickly to the emergency room. I need prosthetics. Yes, on my responsibility. Beatrice spoke loudly into the phone. The materials for prosthetics were not on the bedside table in every operating theater. Any use of them was strictly accountable and required the supervisor's approval. Of course, Beatrice wasn't working according to instructions right now. She should have refused the cardiac surgeon's request because such a rushed prosthetic procedure violated every conceivable rule. But Beatrice's trust in William was so great that she did not hesitate to rush to his aid. 8 minutes later, the nurse was back in the operating theater with the necessary materials to replace the vessel. If we imagine that the valve, the installation of which was the original purpose of the operation, is a light bulb, then the vessel is a base. And screwing in a light bulb, of course, was much easier than changing the base. Forceps, scalpel, continued William. He filigreed the necessary incisions and began the procedure of inserting new vessels around the damaged old ones. 25 minutes, the nurse's shouting was beginning to annoy William. He had never been so anxious in surgery in his life. In those sad days when a patient died on the operating table, it was known from the start that the chances of survival were slim. This time, however, it was going to be a routine operation, which William had always done with a 100% success rate. Bleeding, William commanded, and Lucy gave him the instrument he needed. The nurse had managed to calm down a little by then. 28 operations with such an experienced cardiac surgeon as William do not go in vain, and for psychological fortitude. The girl realized that it was important to finish the operation now, and then she would have a debriefing, crying, complaining, and making excuses. The additional operation was carried out for another half an hour on artificial support. The lungs and heart could last for a long time. The devices beeped slowly, creating the necessary pulse and respiratory rhythm. We'll switch it on now, William announced and sighed heavily. The most dreaded moment was coming, the heart starting. The nurse gave him a special device that looked like a defibrillator, but with one handle. It, too, created an electrical discharge that would cause the heart to make its first beats. Clear, William commanded. and the second nurse pressed a button on the special device. An electric current traveled through the heart on the screen, showing the rhythm of the real heart. A straight line turned into cogs. The heart gave a few beats and then stopped again. William held the device to the heart again. Clear. The heart again gave a few quick beats. Only this time it didn't stop immediately. It was beating at a rhythm of somewhere between 30 and 40 beats per minute, which was clearly reflected on the screen. It would seem that William could calm down for a while, but no, his own heart rate was approaching 200 beats per minute. William realized that temporarily restarting his heart was no guarantee. Nevertheless, it was necessary to begin stitching up the wound. Without thinking long, William began the stitching process. Carefully, he ran thin threads through the heart tissue. His pulse is dropping. He heard the nurse who had previously announced the time of cardiac arrest. "We're stopping." William stopped sewing up the incision. The device beeped less and less. The amplitude of the heartbeat movements on the screen was getting smaller and smaller. William realized he was losing the patient. Clear. Again, Lucy handed William the right device, which he applied to the heart muscle again. Clear. The nurse pressed the button relentlessly on command, triggering a discharge to the heart. It made a few movements and stopped. After 3 minutes of resuscitative actions, the heart muscle of the unfortunate patient stopped responding to the electric discharge at all. It was useless to reconnect everything to the heartbeat machine. It should be done with an open heart. William had now almost finished sewing up the incision, and it was not possible to reconnect the necessary tubes quickly. William's operation ended in the patient's death. He quietly gave the necessary instructions to the medical staff and left the operating theater. He slowly removed his gloves, mask, and protective hat. Sighing heavily, William looked at the sheeted patient being wheeled away to the morgue. He carefully considered what awaited him next, or the autopsy of the patient, seeing the damaged vessel, reporting it to the relatives. Then, most likely, there would be a trial, and there was no telling how that would end. Both of them will be responsible for the patient's death. But Beatrice, of course, will be the one who's more liable for negligence. There's a penalty of up to 5 years in prison for that. Oh, and Beatrice is going to be questioned. Maybe if we're lucky, she'll get off with a dismissal. How can that be? What are we in for? At that moment, Lucy came out of the recovery room. She took off her gloves and mask too, and William saw her face. The nurse was in that state where a person is so sick that they can't even cry. She stood motionless and stared with confused eyes into the void. William thought Lucy was going to burst into tears, throwing a tantrum, but she continued to stand. The surgeon was at a loss. Perhaps he should have started to say something to calm her down, but he couldn't find the right words. "I've ruined a man," Lucy whispered. "Look, this is surgery. Things happen. Everyone makes mistakes, including experienced surgeons. Not to mention nurses." William began to justify the nurse. "I killed a man," Lucy repeated in the same metallic voice. "Let's get out of here." William realized that the nurse should be taken away from the unfortunate operating theater now. They went to the stairwell, and William opened the window. It was already night outside. The lights were on in only a few windows of the hospital buildings. Perhaps somewhere out there right now lives were being saved, and in the cardiology building tonight it could not be done. There's a breeze coming through the window. "Look, I want you to understand, you didn't mean to hurt anyone. It was an accident. And what happens in the operating theater is always the surgeon's responsibility," William said to Lucy. "So you'll get the blame for this too?" Lucy asked fearfully. "I don't know." William could have said that everything would be all right and no one would be punished for it. But he realized that wasn't true. There was strict liability for deaths caused by the negligence of doctors. Whether the doctor's actions were intentional or unintentional is for the courts to decide. But I can tell you one thing, you mustn't blame yourself for anything. We'll proceed according to the situation. "I don't understand how it happened at all," Lucy said, and continued to look at William with a devastated look. "Why did I go in there? It all seemed so fast. I didn't realize my hand was reaching for the bloody hood." "You see, it's not you. You were provoked by substandard medical equipment," William reassured her. "You don't have to reassure me. I'm begging you. I shouldn't have been in the operating theater in the first place." Why is that? I was up all night tonight. Lucy was sleepy that day. She'd had 6 cups of strong coffee, but she was still dizzy. I was sleepy, Lucy told William. You can't go to the operating table like that. It's my mistake. Lucy turned her head to the window and sighed. Did something happen to you? Intuitively sensing that the nurse's sleepless night today was for a reason, William asked. Yes, now, after everything that had happened, what did it matter? It's nothing compared to a human life. So, tell me, what now? I had a dog. My parents got him when I was 7 years old. He's been my best friend ever since. Then a couple of months ago, they found out he had cancer. The dog was 15 years old. Everyone realized he was leaving us. But how can you prepare for something like this? Tonight he got worse. He was panting, slipping. We tried to help him ourselves at first. We gave him something, but it didn't work. Then we took him to one vet clinic, which was closed, to another. The vets had their hands full and said that the best thing we could do for him now was to put him to sleep, to at least spare him the agony. We agreed, and he was put to sleep. I cried the rest of the night and went to work in the morning. No, I should have told you right away. You can't do that in your condition, William said. Yes, William agreed, again not knowing what to say. He realized that a dog could be a valuable member of a family, and its passing was sometimes a tragedy. But the court was unlikely to consider it a mitigating circumstance. I feel for you. You can see how many different circumstances there are. So it's not just you. It was another attempt to reassure Lucy. William's speech was interrupted by a phone call. Beatrice was summoning him and Lucy to her room. The surgeon and the nurse looked at each other and went to Beatrice in silence. William realized that he was about to have perhaps the most difficult conversation of his life. Once they reached the right floor, William knocked and they entered the superintendent's office. She had a pen in one hand and a telephone in the other. William and Lucy sat down at the desk opposite Beatrice and were silent. Are we going to sit here like this? Beatrice interrupted the silence. Can someone tell me what happened? Because a nurse on the premises told me something. I didn't get it at all. Beatrice was a much more cynical person than William, and she was much more relaxed about the deaths of patients than he was. She saw it as something normal, something proper, but this cynicism was professional, like a psychological defense. After all, the head learns about deaths even more often than the surgeons themselves, and therefore to take everything to heart is not comparable with such a position. As a human being, Beatrice always supported her subordinates, even if they were wrong. This time, too, her tone was not accusatory. She genuinely wanted to find out what had happened half an hour ago in the operating theater. Beatrice, it wasn't William's fault. It was me. I ruptured the vessel. It was my fault. Lucy spoke very quickly and then started to cry. Apparently, the shock of the operation had worn off and her normal emotions and ability to cry had returned. William looked at her, waved his hand and returned his gaze to Beatrice. I'll explain, Beatrice, William said calmly. During the operation for the prosthetic heart valve, I damaged the patient's vessel. William, what are you saying? Lucy asked the superintendent through her sobs. Don't interrupt, William replied in a firm tone and continued. Because of the damage to the vessel, the heart could not be started and the patient died. I've laid everything out for you, Beatrice said, putting a pen and a piece of paper on the table. Why did the nurse say something about a nurse? Because it was me, Lucy was almost shouting. Lucy, William interrupted her, trying to salvage the situation, wanted to hold the vessel in place, thus breaking the protocol of the operation. Her action, of course, was pointless, but it did not lead to the patient's death. At that point, the patient was beyond saving. Well, you're very good, William. Beatrice commented on the surgeon's story. And yet I want to hear Lucy's side of the story, said Beatrice. I accidentally pulled because of the cap, Lucy began to say. She continued to cry, covering her face with her hands, and it was almost impossible to make out her words. Beatrice, can't we postpone Lucy's questioning? William turned to her. After all, it was the man's first death on the operating table. All right, you will, Beatrice said and looked at her watch. It's getting late. You are dismissed. but I want a detailed explanation from everyone tomorrow morning. I have a feeling we're in for some difficult days. Right? Off you go." William and Lucy left the office. William hailed Lucy's taxi and went up to his office. There was a bouquet from one of the patients in a vase and another bottle of cognac on the bedside table. He took the vase in his hands and was about to put the bouquet away when the door to his office opened abruptly. "It's festive at your place," Beatrice said sarcastically. "Yes, it's surreal. I want to throw it all away," said William and sat down at his desk, opposite Beatrice. "Now, tell me what happened. What happened? Do you expect me to believe these tales about the patient's damaged vessel? You're an expert with a lot of experience. And let me remind you, I'm not stupid. Besides, the nurse told me something. I have no reason not to believe him." William sighed heavily and covered his face with his hands. He realized there was no point in defending Lucy any further. It was ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I can see it's ridiculous. The bloody cap. William took a new syringe out of his desk drawer, opened it and broke the cap. It won't hold at all. Who bought it? Beatrice stared at William in silence, not really sure what he was even talking about yet. It popped out and went straight into the right atrium. Do you understand? Exactly on the valve that was just placed, William continued. William and Beatrice had known each other for many years, and in private conversations they spoke on a first-name basis, and this girl, Lucy, had been foolish enough to reach for it. And that's what we got. So you're willing to go to court over someone else's stupidity and a bad syringe. I suppose tomorrow morning you'll write the same story you told in my office in your statement. What do we do, Beatrice? Put this girl away? Ruin her life? No, I think there's a third way. I don't know what it is. It's either you're in jail or she is. That's only if the pathologist says in his report that the patient died of mechanical damage to the vascular system. What if it says that she had a heart attack that weakened her own vessels and the operation had a low chance of success? Beatrice, what are you doing? William was astonished. Are you suggesting we change the medical report? Why change it? The expert will write everything himself. You just need to know where to call. I've got some important numbers. We'll all be put on trial. William practically lost his temper. He'd never handled a case like this before. And to be fair, he'd never seen Beatrice like this before. William, my dear, we'll all be put on trial for your wanton nobility. All right, look, Beatrice rose from her desk and began to pace around the office. Let's take the first situation. You write that you are at fault, your negligence, which you did not allow. Taking on someone else's wine, please. You go to jail. The city is without its best heart surgeon. Dozens of patients die because they are operated on by inexperienced doctors. The hospital is scandalized, fined, downsized, and sacked. Interesting situation, isn't it? But much more interesting is the second option. The court spits on your confession simply because the court will have Lucy's testimony, who will crack at the first interrogation. She won't even have to get high. She'll come running to your defense. I can see right through people, and I know how this Lucy's going to act if you decide to play the honorable man. Then the nurse, I'm sure he won't lie. The rest of the OR, nursing staff will tell the truth too. But you know what the best part is? It's not even that Lucy's going to jail. Beatrice walked over to the table and picked up the severed tubes and the syringe cap. Here's the best part: this little piece of plastic is going to ruin the hospital. You ask how? It's simple. At the trial, several witnesses and Lucy will talk about the cap. Then there will be a new criminal case of unfair purchases to the hospital. Who's responsible? Our head doctor, Sebastian. He's a controversial man. I don't have much respect for him. But he's not to blame here, because in fact, the contracts for medical equipment are handled by the head of the district. And do you think the district head will voluntarily surrender to the court, or will he save his position by turning the tables on our Sebastian? The answer is obvious, and when Sebastian's sacked or locked up, we'll all be out of our seats. I'm sure you'll probably get hit too. You still want to play the honorable game? I understand William was impressed by the emotional monologue of the headmistress. Now it seemed to him that the option of imprisonment was the lesser of evils. What do we do then? Nothing further, I'll do it myself. The only thing I'll ask you to do is to talk to this Lucy. It's best for you to stay out of the business for a while. Keep a low profile. I'll do my best. Does the patient have any relatives left? Yeah, the husband's a mechanic. He's got no connections, so I don't think he'll make a fuss. Especially since he knows his wife had a heart attack. You know, anything can happen with blood vessels. How awful, William said. If anyone else had told me this morning what we were going to talk about, I would have spat in their face. William, you have to be able to adapt to circumstances. You and I have a choice between a bad decision and a very bad decision. So by choosing just the bad one, we're doing the right thing. Beatrice looked at William. The surgeon's face was some kind of gray-blue color and his gaze was as lost as Lucy's after the operation. So you definitely need some rest. Go somewhere. Let the patients go. You can't be in the spotlight right now. I'm telling you, if you're in jail, the patients won't wait for you. It won't take long. We'll find someone to replace you. Okay, Beatrice, thank you very much. Have it your way, William said. That's better. Now go home. It's late at night. Beatrice left William's office. The surgeon gathered his things and went home. He wandered through the hospital square to his car and wondered what he should do next. Leave? Where to? There was a village in the region where his grandfather still lived. There's a modest cottage where William used to go when he was a boy. That's probably where we should go. William messaged Lucy, warning her not to go into the hospital. He got in his car and drove home. That day, the first snow fell in the region. It was the very beginning of November, and snow cover at that time was unnatural for those places. But the snow and the ice crust formed on the water bodies did not prevent local fishermen from fishing. Every morning along the rivers and lakes an honor guard of men in wide jackets, boots, and big hats was lined up. They would stand silently for hours at a time and might not utter a single word. Among these men was William, the best cardiac surgeon in the world. He had no bite and was about to go home, having wrapped up his fishing rods and secured a bucket on his rucksack. William wandered down the snow-covered paths. By then, it had been almost a month since that fateful operation. Beatrice had made the necessary calls, and as the cause of the patient's death managed to record the effects of the heart attack she had suffered. Nurse Lucy had decided to retire from medicine altogether and was now working for her parents' company. William himself spent those few weeks in a deep apathy and only in the last few days began to withdraw. The influence of the country air and fishing helped. He lived alone in his grandfather's house. He told his friends and relatives that he had gone on holiday and should not be disturbed. A couple of days ago, Beatrice called him and told him that no one remembers about that incident anymore. Even in the corridors of the hospital, there is no whispering. Therefore, it is possible to slowly plan the return. According to William's decision, the return to the hospital was to take place in 3 days. Several cardiac patients had already been placed on the surgeon's schedule for scheduled surgeries. William realized that he needed to get back into a work rhythm. He had read somewhere that if a train driver hit a man to death through no fault of his own, he got a day off. And here he'd been out of work for weeks. You can't do that. And William's recovery from previous deaths on the operating table had been much quicker, a couple of days. After this patient, it really felt like he'd stuck an instrument in her heart. 20 minutes later, William could already see his house. It stood at the very edge of the village and was even slightly cut off from the other houses by several rows of birch trees. It looked beautiful in the summer, a wooden house with white window frames, like from a dairy product label, birch leaves and village peace. The only thing missing was a cow, but of course William had no livestock. In autumn, the picture was not so fabulous. The wind swaying the empty branches of the birches, the logs of which the house was built, in the November cloudiness seemed somehow dark and a little even gloomy. William walked a little closer and noticed a light burning in the window. That's odd. I thought I turned it off, he thought. Being attentive to appliances and electricity was a surgical professional habit. Deciding that the habit didn't work this time, he walked closer to the house. The gate was ajar. It was not locked, but with a small hook. It didn't protect him from criminals, but it did protect him from the neighbor's livestock. And William always locked the wicket door. Perhaps a strong November wind had opened it, but there was no such wind on the shore of the fishing lake. William quickened his step and soon stopped again. The door to the house was ajar, and it was visible from afar. There was no doubt about it, there were uninvited guests in the house. William always locked the front door. Should we call the police? The surgeon fussed. It would take them hours to get here. Go to the neighbors? That's rubbish. I don't know anyone here. What am I going to tell them? I've got someone at home, come and see. I'll have to go myself, just in time to catch the village bully red-handed. William decided it was unlikely that the gang would go after the village house. Most likely some local bum or alcoholic had decided to get a hold of the machinery, or had just dropped in to live. William carefully made his way to the fence and took a closer look at the house. Other than a light bulb burning, there was nothing to be seen. Maybe he had already left? William reassured himself, trying not to make a sound. He walked slowly to the door, set down his fishing rod and took off his rucksack. He hoped his folding camping knife was still in the rucksack, but it wasn't there. He'd have to walk like this. William opened the door harder and stepped into the corridor. The floor creaked treacherously, but William stopped and held his breath. In his ears he heard his heartbeat. His legs trembled slightly. Pulling himself together, William exhaled slowly and walked on. The door to the large room was open. It was the one with the light on. William carefully peeked in and saw no one. Hello, William heard and turned round. In a chair against the wall sat a man of about 45 years of working-class appearance wearing boots, a long shabby coat, and a knitted jumper. In the man's hands was a knife. Who are you? William asked fearfully. You sit down. Sit down, said the man calmly and pointed to the sofa. I want William. It's me. What do you want? On the 8th of October, you sent my wife to the grave. William understood at once. In front of him sat the very husband of a locksmith, who, according to Beatrice, had no connections. What made you think that? William asked, determined to stall for time as much as possible. He thought he could persuade the widower not to harm him by talking. I saw the doctor's report after my wife's heart attack, and I saw the autopsy report. I immediately smelled something wrong. There was new vascular damage from somewhere. Afterwards, I asked our daughter, a medical student, to look at the reports. She took them to her professors. They too had questions. I went to the head doctor of your damn hospital. They refused to admit me, just threw me out the door. That's when I realized there was no justice for me. Could you have sued me or the hospital? William asked. Listen to your boss. The whole town knows. He's got such a roof that no one would have taken my claim. What kind of justice is that? You could have got off with a suspended sentence, and in a few years you'd still be working. No, I have a different truth. You took my wife's life, and I'm going to take yours. And I'm going to save other people you could have killed. You'll get there. Wait, William said. How did you find me? You have a very chatty nursing staff. Yes, some of them were friends of colleagues, Bill replied. William thought, remembering that he had once talked about the village in the smoking room. He looked at the widower. It was as if he was in no hurry to move from words to action. The man sat for 30 seconds, drilling the surgeon with his gaze. What to do, William thought. Trying to justify that it wasn't his fault is pointless. The widower won't believe it anyway. And you could accidentally frame Lucy or Beatrice. No, you can't pass the blame on to someone else. But I don't want to die myself. Why would you want to take the sin on your soul? Look, I can see you're an honest man, said William. I wish I could still live in peace. William tried to talk sense into his guest. Talk to me about sins. The criminal will judge the criminal. William's words had the opposite effect. No, I will never have a quiet life, said the widower. Do you realize what kind of woman she was? I'll never find another woman like her again. You wouldn't understand. You must be very lonely, said William. He realized that the nursing staff had also told the widower that he lived alone. Yes, I can understand your grief, but I can imagine how you feel. And I understand your desire for revenge. But believe me, as someone who has seen death many times, met with the relatives of the dead, You can't fix death. Wrong, surgeon. Only death can pay for death. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That's the principle of caveman times. Morality has changed over the years. You can't multiply evil, William objected. Don't you dare talk to me about morality. You forget, I didn't take your wife from you. You took mine. I'm the one who should be talking about morality. So say it, William nodded. You should have seen how our daughter cried when the hospital told her that her mum had died. How could you even sleep well all that time? To live, to breathe, to rejoice, knowing the grief you brought. I wish for the rest of your life you could dream only of your victims and their luckless relatives. But now I will spare myself such punishment. The man stood up and went at William. The man jumped up and picked up a chair that was standing next to him. They got into fighting stances opposite each other. Drop the chair, you scoundrel, the man shouted.
You have one last chance not to make a fatal mistake, William said quickly. He was frightened. He had switched to you with his V as a V as. Drop the knife, I beg you. You'll regret it all your life.
Never. The widower lunged forward and tried to hit William from below. The widower lunged forward and tried to hit William from underneath. The men returned to their original fighting stance. Apparently you've never done that before. William professionally assessed the attempted punch. Don't be stupid now. What am I compared to experienced criminals? Said the widower and attempted another blow. Again, he only managed to scratch the chair. William took another leap. Now he had a way out behind him. So let's go man to man. William tried one last argument. I'll take a knife too, and we'll see who's who. Why are you attacking a defenseless man? It's not manly. Don't get me wrong, surgeon. My wife was defenseless when you sent her to the afterlife. The widower ruined William's plan. So you will be too. Drop the chair. Well, whatever you say, William threw the chair at his opponent with all his might. The man fell and dropped the knife. William wanted to jump up and get it, but he didn't have time. The widower deftly rolled over to the knife and picked it up. Then William thought of nothing better than to just run. He dashed for the exit, ran out onto the porch, and tried to lock the man in the house. But even here, the widower beat him to it. He put his foot up and prevented the surgeon from closing the door. Then William simply ran towards the woods. He ran along the snow-covered paths, afraid of falling into a hole or slipping. Occasionally, he turned around the widower, keeping pace, was running about 10 meters away from him. William didn't know where this marathon would take him. Of course, he should have run towards the village, knocking on all the doors and asking for help. But he didn't. Firstly, there was no well-trodden path, and it was easy to fall into a hole. Secondly, William did not want to endanger his neighbors. So he ran deep into the forest for about another kilometer. Suddenly, William heard a scream. He turned around and saw that the widower was lying on the snow and thrashing from side to side. William stopped. The widower's screams did not stop. He was confused. What to do? Go to the man who just 10 minutes ago was attacking him. What about the Hippocratic Oath with its principle of mercy and providing medical care to anyone, even the enemy? William sighed and slowly made his way towards the widower. He realized the absurdity of the situation. But he could not do otherwise. A professional doctor would never forgive himself for refusing to help someone who was suffering. At 5 meters, William stopped. The widower was caught in a bear trap. In pain, the man dropped his knife, which now lay 1.5 meters away from him. Maroon-colored blood was seeping through the pant leg of his hunting trousers. Stay still, William said calmly and walked over to the widower, wanting to free him from the trap. Don't touch me, you freak, the bleeding man whispered. No, I could leave, but it wouldn't make you feel any better. It's 1 kilometer to the village. At best, you'll lose a leg. William grabbed the trap. Don't move, I told you. The widower realized he had better accept help from the hated surgeon. William managed to unclench the metal trap. He lifted his trouser leg and saw his shin stripped to the bone. What's up? Get up, at least you'll be able to walk somehow. William held out his hand to the man. He stood on his other leg and tried to take a step. Ouch. The widower cried out loudly and fell back into the snow. What am I going to do with you? William was confused. Just freeing the Avenger from the trap was not enough. First aid had to be administered, but he had everything he needed in his house. The widower was in pain and could no longer speak clearly, only wheezing. Then William took the Avenger by the arm and in one deft movement brought him down on his back. The widower was of small stature and lean build, so the surgeon had no trouble with this. And William carried the man who had come to his house with the intention of revenge back to the same house. He walked slowly for fear of damaging the vigilante's wound further. William approached the sofa and laid the widower down. In the drawers of the cupboards, he began to look for a first aid kit. Pulling out a large clear box, William pulled out bandages, tissues, and everything needed to give first aid to the wounded man. "Look, there's no anesthetic," said the surgeon and looked at the man. He only wheezed something in response. "Well, we'll do it the classic way." William went to another cupboard and took out a bottle of vodka. It had been there for about 5 years. It had been a gift from someone. William rarely drank, and he hadn't touched vodka since he was young. He poured a glass almost full and brought it to the wounded man's mouth. "Drink," commanded the surgeon. The widower shook his head unhappily. "Drink, who am I to say? You'll die of pain." The Avenger slowly put his lips to the glass and emptied it in huge gulps. "Well done," said William and put the glass down. After a couple of minutes, the widower visibly calmed down, and William began to help disinfecting with the remedy, wiping his hands and the surface of the skin around the wound. The doctor tightened the tourniquet a little above the wound to stop the blood. Then, having passed cotton wool around the wound, he put a sterile gauze napkin on the place of cuts and tightly wrapped it with a bandage. "Are you going to live?" William looked at the widower. "Thank you," he whispered. The vodka acted as an anesthetic and sedative. First, he lashed out at me. Now he's thanking me. Progress. But it's only temporary. With a wound like that, you have to go to the hospital. William put the bandages back on and looked into his patient's eyes. "What's your name?" "Bill." "Well, Bill, I think now would be a good time to explain yourself in this position. I think you can hear me out." Bill sighed doomedly. "Go on, then." "You're right. The pathologist's report is wrong, it's true. But it wasn't my fault your wife died. It was a technical error." William wanted to explain his innocence without framing the nurse. "What kind of mistake?" Bill asked, moving a little closer. "With medical equipment, who's responsible for this?" "The medical equipment procurement system as a whole is at fault here. I can't tell you specific names, because I don't really know who's responsible for it. The chief physician, the mayor. Who? Name it." "I'm telling you, I don't know." William was afraid to say any name. According to Beatrice, the head of the neighborhood was in charge of procurement. But then Bill, plugged in, would go to him. "Okay, let's say you're not lying, but what am I supposed to do? That is, I know that my wife died through someone else's fault, but I can do nothing to avenge her death. How am I supposed to live with that?" "It's hard for me to give advice here. I understand how you feel. But I want you to understand. You're not going to find someone to blame. You can't fight the system without. If you eliminate one part of the chain, a new one will take its place, the same one, if you choose the wrong victim. You realize it's better to let 10 guilty people go unpunished than to let one be punished unjustly. Are you suggesting I leave it at that?" "I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying that your black methods, your eye for an eye principle, won't fix anything, but will only make it worse. Any premature death is evil. And I've seen them, believe me. I've seen relatives crying, I've seen lives stopped. You gotta be merciful, Bill." My wife used to say the same thing. Who was she? She was a splendid woman, a school teacher. The kids loved her, everybody loved her. She taught literature in several schools. That's how in demand her talent was. Vivian wanted to pass on to children the principles of mercy, understanding, respect, the ability to think with their own heads through the classics. Yes, it's a very noble profession. And you wonder how your wife would react if she knew you wanted to avenge her death in this way, even if it was to a real guilty man. She'd be very upset. But you understand, that's her. And that's me. We're different people. She was kind. Never hurt anyone, never complained about anyone, gave everything away, never asked for anything in return. So maybe the best way to keep her memory alive is to follow her ideals and principles. Imagine the situation. I don't really believe in it myself, to be honest. But imagine she's watching you right now. What would she want to see? You hurting people who may not even be involved in her death. And then you go to jail, probably for the rest of your life. Or the way you give up your murderous plans, go about your business and live life to the fullest. Bill was silent. Tears came to his eyes. He realized that his picture of the world, his ideas of justice, were beginning to crumble. William had succeeded in conveying the message that what he had done would only create more evil. But a new worldview had not yet formed in the mind of the blameless widower. He was in this contradictory mental vacuum, when a man realizes that he is wrong, but how to live on has not yet understood. William imagined the state Bill was in now, but he couldn't offer him anything either. They remained silent for a few minutes until there was a knock at the door. "Open up, police," came from behind the door. "The surgeon gave me up after all," Bill said quietly. "When did I do that? You saw me." "I didn't even touch the phone," William said, bewildered, and went to the door. But no sooner had he stepped out into the corridor than the police officers opened the doors themselves. "Stay where you are," commanded a mustached sergeant with a swollen face and dilated eyes. "Nobody move." "Stephen, look, this one has blood on his hands." The second officer pointed his finger at William. The sergeant walked into the room and saw Bill lying there. "Spin him round," Stephen shouted to his partner, and the latter in one movement knocked William off his feet and cuffed his hands. So the picture is clear. Domestic dispute with a knife. "Guys, come in." After the policeman's words, two people, an elderly man and a woman, hesitantly entered the house. "Tell me, citizens of the witnesses," the mustachioed sergeant continued in a commanding voice, "did you see these people running towards the forest belt?" "No," said the male witness uncertainly, but it was the other way round. The one on the sofa was running with the knife, and the one on the floor was running away. "How?" The sergeant was surprised. "Old man, aren't you confusing anything?" "How can you get it mixed up? The one on the floor is our neighbor. Scarlett and I used to see him sometimes. He looks like an intelligent man. This one looks like a criminal." The old man pointed to Bill lying there. "We thought it was a gangbanger coming to take a bite out of our neighbor. You were called." "So I don't get it at all." The sergeant scratched the back of his head. "Stephen." "Look," the second officer picked up the glass next to Bill and sniffed it. "Vodka, that's for sure." "Vodka. There's the bottle." The sergeant carefully took the neck of the bottle from the cupboard. A vodka bottle into evidence. Okay, it all made sense to me again. The two got drunk as hell, caught a squirrel and started chasing each other with a knife, scaring the neighbors. One of them stabbed the other one. Vasily Pavlovich looked at Bill's leg. "So this one, in general, twist it too," the sergeant ordered, and threw the handcuffs to his colleague. The junior officer walked over to Bill and threw him stiffly off the sofa, handcuffing him with the same deft movement. "Foot, with your foot gently." Bill wheezed. "What are you wheezing about?" The policeman asked wryly and put his knee on the widower's sore leg. Bill cried out in pain. "What are you doing?" William, lying on the floor in the corridor, asked loudly. "He needs urgent medical attention." "Oh, we'll figure out in the department who needs what kind of help." "Get up, come on," said the sergeant and turned to the junior officer. "The sick man to the car too, and you, citizens of the witnesses, are free for now. A policeman will come round a little later and take a detailed statement." Stephen showed William's neighbors out and led him into the police car. "Wait a minute," William said to the sergeant. "I have the right to make one call, and please note to the witnesses that if you refuse, I will make a complaint to your superiors for abuse of authority." The mustached sergeant looked first at William, then at the witnesses, grinned unhappily and uncuffed him. "To hell with you, make the call. Which station are they taking us to?" "Second squad?" The sergeant shouted. "Hurry up." William took the phone out of his pocket and selected the right number. "Beatrice, I'm being arrested and they're taking me to Section 2. The shocked William thought of nothing better than to call his superior. I can't explain anything in detail right now. There's been a misunderstanding. Why don't you send a solicitor around there? Come on, help me out, please. That's enough snot, the sergeant said menacingly. And William hung up. The officers put William and Bill in the boot of the police Ford, which, as is usual in such cars, had a compartment with a grill for transporting detainees. William and Bill sat on the cold metal seats opposite each other. Are you all right? William asked quietly. It hurts a lot, Bill answered him and slowly stretched out his leg. Listen, I'll get you hospitalized. I promise the department will help us. Who the hell are you telling? Bill said, struggling to overcome the pain. They'll pull you out and leave me there to die. What's the matter? Why is my luck so bad? All right, stop talking, said the sergeant loudly when he heard muttering behind him. The car with its blinkers on headed out of the village and into town. The road was bumpy, with old potholes, and the car bounced at almost every pothole. Each such bounce caused Bill's leg to ache violently. William watched the widower's agony, but could do nothing to help him. After 40 minutes, the car reached the station. Bill was sent to the cell, which is popularly called Monkey House, and William was immediately taken to the office of some investigator for questioning. What is your name? The interrogator asked William tiredly. William, he replied. Why are you William stabbing? I've already tried to explain to your employees, but they wouldn't listen. It was nothing like that. My mate and I went to the woods to get firewood. On the way, he fell into a bear trap that cut his leg. Any forensics will show that it wasn't from a knife. And how can you even imagine that? That I, a sober man, a surgeon, would just stick a knife in his leg. You know, comrade surgeon, we've had more than that, replied the investigator. At that moment, the door opened and two men and Beatrice entered the office. Good afternoon, one of the men said in a calm voice, addressing William. I am the head of the department, Major Curtis. You are free to go. Wait, and Bill? William wondered. We're keeping your mate. There have been no assignments for him. William, I beg you, let's go. Beatrice said to William in a tortured voice. Beatrice, there's a man in need of help. He's badly injured. William, the other man said. As a lawyer, I advise you to leave this establishment as soon as possible. William stood up and walked out of the office with the superintendent and the lawyer. No, you don't seem to understand. There's an innocent man in there. He needs help, William said, not wanting to accept this state of affairs. Innocent because of what? Or did you, an intelligent doctor, end up in the police station? Beatrice asked unhappily. Beatrice, have you got it all wrong at all? We have to get him out, I promised. All three of them went outside. The lawyer asked to sign some of his papers and quickly left in an unknown direction. Beatrice took William to his car. Let's drive to the hospital in peace. And you'll tell me in my office what happened and why we have to save some drunken holidaymaker. Wow. I'm still working and I've got a lot to do. They drove in silence towards the hospital. William was thinking about how he could get Bill out of the police, or at least get a doctor called. There was no way Beatrice could be told the whole truth. Any normal person, hearing this story for the first time, would have thought that the mad avenger belonged in the police or in prison and nowhere else. Especially in case of his release due to treatment, the cardiology department staff would be in danger first of all. The car, meanwhile, had reached the cardiac ward. Beatrice and William also walked silently up to the office of the head of the department. Beatrice gave some orders on the office phone and sat down at the desk. What is it, my poor man? She turned to William in silence. How did you get into this mess? What did the ward say to you? Ignoring the superintendent's question, William asked, how can we save Bill? They said there was some kind of knife fight. You and this man were caught red-handed. I thought, what nonsense. Our William cannot arrange such a thing. Beatrice shook her head. but I thought it was the bandit who attacked you, and you resisted and wounded him. But it doesn't matter what I thought, as long as you're here and he's behind bars. But look, you've only been released out of respect for our dear Harry's solicitor. And you didn't even thank him for his help, mind you. Beatrice, this is ridiculous. I didn't hurt anybody. And this man is not a thug. William, I'm tired. I can't bear to hear it. Your nobility will drive me to my grave one day. All right then, why don't you tell me who this man is, and why we have to save him? Beatrice, this is the husband of the patient who died on my operating table a month ago. Beatrice leaned back in her chair, rolled her eyes, and took a deep breath. Yes, I knew then that this story was not going to let us off the hook. How did he find you? Our dear colleagues in the corridors. Did he threaten you? Did he demand something? Let's not talk about that, Beatrice. He's caught in a bear trap. He's badly wounded, and now he may be bleeding to death on a cold bench in a police cell. Or maybe he's being beaten up altogether. Now you understand that it's a matter of honor for us to save Bill. I do. But what are you suggesting? Break into the station and drag this poor widower out by force. But you call that Harry of yours, and let him use his influence again, William advised Beatrice. You think it's so easy? I could barely get him to help you. He was afraid of being stripped of his status for going round the wards like that. He won't do it here. Then what are your options? William asked. Surety bonds, letters to his superiors. What makes you think he'll go to jail? If all he did was walk into a trap, then you'll just testify and he'll be released. There are several other witnesses besides me who could testify unfavorably for Bill. That'll delay the investigation. And there's no telling what will happen to his leg in the meantime. What kind of unfavorable testimony? What does it matter now? There's an elderly couple, something they saw out their window. Don't think about it. I'm asking you to look in your address book, see if you can find the right contact. What am I? A phone book. Beatrice looked at William unhappily. My entire sphere of influence ends within the walls of the cardiology department. There was one Harry, but I've already used his resource. There was silence. Both he and she realized that their strength was not enough to help the widower. Maybe there's someone with a slightly larger sphere of influence than you, William said thoughtfully. I don't know what you're talking about. Our esteemed head doctor, Sebastian, for example. What are you getting at, William? What are we going to tell him? Tell him the truth. That the widower's in trouble for no reason, and that under the pressure of the prison walls he may say things about our hospital, such as that his wife didn't die of natural causes, but because of a medical error. Are you mad? Beatrice exclaimed. I barely managed to make it so that he did not really know anything, and I think he still has some questions. Do you want to tell him the whole truth? No, we disguise the truth as a threat. What would he think of slandering the hospital? Said Beatrice doubtfully. Yes, I see your point now, but I don't know how to tell him. Well, you will come with me, and you will do most of the explaining, and I will only stand by and give a nod. Oh, you see me, William grinned. Beatrice dialed a number to see if the head doctor was there. Sebastian was in his office. She nodded positively to William and they left the office, going up 2 floors above. William and Beatrice reached a door beside which hung a gold plaque, Chief Medical Officer Sebastian Morris. William didn't often meet the Chief Medical Officer in person. Usually it was at some awards ceremony or general meeting. More often they just bumped into each other in the corridors of the hospital, said hello, and that was the end of their communication. William didn't even have an impression of Sebastian as a person. He learnt most of his information from Beatrice, who met with the head doctor at least once a week. Sebastian, may I come in? Beatrice asked, knocking. Come in, replied the chief physician in a bass voice. Oh, William, and you're here? Already out on holiday? Hello. Yes, I decided to come in a little early. Good for you. Well, sit down. Why are you standing in the doorway? Sebastian was a tall man in his 60s. He was equally strict with all his subordinates, regardless of their position and honors, but this strictness appeared only in working moments. In personal conversations, the chief physician was exceptionally polite, even when he reprimanded or dismissed an employee. As with any head of a large organization, there were many rumors about Sebastian, about the fact that he hired relatives, and about fraudulent purchases, and about his competence. But William, for example, did not believe most of these rumors. Sebastian, here's the thing. Beatrice began uncertainly. A month ago, during an operation in our department, died patient Vivian Efremova. So wait, said the chief physician, and pressed a button on the phone. Elizabeth, send me Vivian's medical history to my email, please. From cardiology, Sebastian said into the receiver. It said, okay, Sebastian, release the button. Go on, he said to Beatrice and William. William became even more worried. Would Sebastian, after reading the deceased Vivian's file, see that the findings after the heart attack and after the patient's death contradicted each other? William looked into Beatrice's eyes and realized that she was worried too, but she pulled herself together and continued. Now this patient has a husband who has made contact with William. I think he'll take it from here. Her husband had suspicions about the quality of care, William continued. But as is often the case with bereaved relatives, they can't come to terms with their loss, especially when it comes to elderly patients. And this widower had unfounded complaints about his wife's heart surgery. But that's not the point. Sebastian stopped him. His gaze was directed at the computer screen. William and Beatrice realized that the secretary had sent him Vivian's medical history. And do you think the claims are really unfounded? The head doctor asked. William felt like a failing student who had been asked a tricky question by his teacher. Only it wasn't about a bad grade, it was about his career. He didn't know where Sebastian got the question from. Was it just out of curiosity? Or had he already compared the two conclusions? William decided to answer truthfully, but at the same time not to give anyone away. I find the claims about my work completely unfounded, he said. Good, go on, Sebastian replied calmly. William and Beatrice exhaled with relief. The widower was in trouble, William continued. He had an accident that left him badly injured in the leg, and then he had a misunderstanding that led him to the police. Anyway, I think it's very important for the hospital to get him off the police force. Firstly, because we doctors are supposed to help those who are suffering in any situation. Secondly, he can tell the police all his grievances against the hospital. What's the catch, for example? Our ill-wishers from private hospitals will run stories about the unhappy widower on all local channels and newspapers. And thirdly, I know for a fact that this man is innocent, William said. That's very interesting. Sebastian adjusted the dark lensed glasses that were on the very tip of his nose. Why didn't you use legal methods to solve this problem? After all, there are lawyers, investigations. After all, there's not a minute to lose. Sebastian, while we're sitting here, a man could get blood poisoning and wait for the investigation to be over. Anyway, you see, we have to get our widower from the police to the hospital as soon as possible. What's his name? Mom. Bill, about 45 years old. Sebastian twirled his pencil in his hands and picked up the office phone. After a moment's thought, he put it back down and pulled out his mobile phone. Hello, Jack? Yes, this is Sebastian, the head doctor said in an unnaturally cheerful tone. I'm not interrupting you. There's a problem there. Your neighborhood policemen have overdone something. A good man needs urgent medical help. He's in Section 2. Yeah, that's why I'm calling you. And I have the Hippocratic Oath, you know. I'm supposed to help. Anyway, you helped me out. Yeah, I did. Thank you. I'm sorry, who were you just calling? William asked. Yeah, the head of the neighborhood. Who else? How's that going to help? He should be able to help. We'll wait for the call. The circle is closed, William thought. The man who was responsible for supplying the very same substandard syringe that provoked the nurse's misconduct and the patient's death would save the widower of that same patient. How wickedly ironic. Well, I'll let you know when Bill gets to the hospital. From what you've told me, he needs to be hospitalized immediately. Thank you very much, Sebastian thanked William. Go and do your work. And William and Beatrice headed out of the office. But wait, William, please stay, the head doctor called out to him. Beatrice gave William a perplexed look and walked out into the corridor. William sat back down opposite Sebastian. "William, you can probably guess why I left you here," Sebastian asked. William started to get lost. "Sebastian, you see, I'm not a cardiologist." Sebastian got up from the table and walked to the window. "And anyway, what do they say in the corridors about my competence? Sometimes I hear it. I don't claim to be a great doctor. I don't even have any awards like yours." "I don't know what you're talking about," William said. "Don't interrupt me, William. I've listened to you very carefully. Now you listen to me." Sebastian sat back down at the table and began to fiddle with his pencil. "But you don't have to be a great doctor to compare two medical reports on the same patient. I have an eye for documents. Your story struck me as odd right off the bat. We've met all kinds of distraught relatives at this hospital. Some have been aggressive and acting out. But we've never had a case where a relative somehow crossed paths with a surgeon and then ended up in the police with an injury. And then there's these two reports in the medical history. Do you realize what protocol requires me to do with you and Beatrice?" "I understand perfectly well, Sebastian. But I assure you, Beatrice has nothing to do with this. I like your noble endeavor, but I hasten to reassure you. If I didn't immediately sound the alarm, dismiss you and call the authorities, I had no intention of doing so, didn't I?" Sebastian asked in the same calm tone. William shook his head uncertainly in response. "I'm not crazy to deprive an entire city of the best cardiology doctors in the world. But you must also understand me. It is my duty as chief physician to make sure that I never see such a report again. And to do that, I need to know what caused this patient's death. So I ask you, William, tell me briefly and clearly, without trying to favor anyone, what caused the wrong actions during the operation that led to the death of citizen Vivian." William was silent. William needed to answer something, but any answer, he felt, was framing either Nurse Lucy or himself. After thinking for another 10 seconds, he had an answer born. "Substandard medical equipment." "Excuse me, how's that?" "Do you have a complaint about the equipment supplied?" Sebastian asked. "Yes, the cap of the syringe fell off during the operation, which provoked the wrong action. Whoever is responsible for supplying the equipment to us is responsible," William replied. Sebastian had obviously not expected such an answer. "I called the person who is responsible for supplying us with medical equipment just 20 minutes ago. By the way, it's strange that he hasn't called back. Usually the head of the district does not take more than a couple of minutes to solve such issues." "You asked me to tell it like it is." "That's what I said," William replied. "I don't know how you're going to make sure these situations don't happen in the future." "Yes, it's not an easy task you've given me. Any move we make on the head of the district could cost the hospital very dearly. Especially since you can see for yourself, there are some issues he can resolve in our favor." William was about to give an emotional speech about the lives of patients being more important than the risk that the hospital would be exposed to in case of a move on the head of the district. But he stopped himself just in time. Emotions won't solve anything now, and mass layoffs won't make patients better. "Are you suggesting we leave everything where it is?" "It's the lesser of evils," William said. "William, we'll help the widower, we'll help him." "Consider it guilt paid off," Sebastian replied. "Cynical, Sebastian, cynical," William whispered back. "It's professional cynicism. One wonders how you could have survived so many years in our profession without it." "The teachers were good, you know," William said wryly. He left the head doctor's office and headed for his own. William walked down the hospital corridor and felt a deep resentment. First of all at himself, resentment for his powerlessness. Entering his office for the first time in a month, he sat down in a chair and covered his face with his hands. He had a severe headache. What a long day, William thought, and began to slowly fall asleep. At this time, 15 minutes later, William's phone rang. From the receiver came the excited voice of Sebastian, the head doctor. "William, get back upstairs immediately." There's no explanation over the phone. Waiting. William jumped out of the office and quickly headed to Sebastian's office. Did the head doctor not like the surgeon's sarcastic answers, and now he decided to punish William severely? No, Sebastian wasn't an emotional man and wouldn't do such a thing. William opened the door without knocking and asked fearfully, "What's wrong, Sebastian?" "There are two pieces of news, good and controversial. The good news is that Bill is being brought in. In about 5 or 10 minutes, he should be in the trauma room by now. And the bad news? Here's the thing." Sebastian went to his computer, opened the news tab. Half an hour ago, the head of the district was detained. Investigators are in his office right now. Wow. So he had time to call the department, and they detained him, William said. It looks that way. From what I've read here, it looks like he was detained for other schemes unrelated to the hospital. Let's take it as a good thing, Sebastian said. What do we do now? Should I go and see Bill? William asked. Shall I go and see Bill? You try to talk to him as humanly as you can. I'll wait for the new district manager to be appointed and make contacts. Got it, Sebastian. Then I'll go to the trauma center. William left the head doctor's office again, but now in a different, more uplifted mood. The problem had solved itself. Only if the new head of the district would not be the same as the old one in terms of integrity. But now at least there is hope for improvement. True, the hospital will still be disturbed, as the investigation will check all the spheres in which the head of the district participated in any way. And they will go out for purchases for the hospital. But that is another story. Chief Physician Sebastian is an experienced bureaucrat and manager, so he will be able to get through the interrogations and testimonies without disturbing the rest of the medical staff. Oh, hello. Bill was just supposed to be brought in with a leg injury, William said to the nurse in the trauma room. How is he? William asked the girl at the front desk of the trauma unit. He's undergoing surgery now. There is no current information about his condition, the girl replied. William thanked her and went to the trauma surgery ward. He sat down near the entrance and waited. 15 minutes later, an unconscious Bill was wheeled out on a gurney. How's he doing? How's he doing? William asked the doctor who came out of the operating theater. Is he all right, William? The doctor knew him by sight. We only had to give him a general anesthetic because the wound was so bad. But it's all right. He'll be awake in 10 or 15 minutes and we can visit him in his room. William waited another quarter of an hour. He tried to find words for Bill. Should he tell him about the detention of the head of the neighborhood? It was impossible to calculate the widower's reaction to anything William said. 15 minutes had passed too quickly for William to think of anything, but he couldn't wait any longer. William knocked on the ward and entered. Bill, hello, he said quietly, sitting down beside the bed. Oh, it's you, the surgeon. Well, hello, Bill replied. There. And you thought we wouldn't get you out, didn't you? Bill, I understand your feelings and emotions, but I want you to know that the man who is indirectly responsible for your Vivian's death will be tried. Probably a lot of time. Who is this man? Bill asked. William withheld his name and title, just in case. He's a petty official. He supplied substandard medical equipment and got caught in some other fraud. So there is some justice after all, Bill said. There certainly is. At least you're lying here free, operated on by good doctors, and the guilty will spend many years behind bars. So there is some justice. It comes, sometimes, unexpectedly. Thank you for the leg and for freedom, and for justice, Bill said. But I'm not exactly responsible for justice. You got your freedom from other people. You should thank the doctors in our trauma department for your leg. Listen, surgeon. Bill sighed and closed his eyes briefly. I thought I was going to die while I was in that police cell. And wouldn't you believe it, it made me happy. I'm lying here with a mangled leg. They ruined all your work while they were detaining and transporting me. There was blood all over it. It hurt like hell. I was fainting, and I was glad. I'm telling you seriously. I thought, what do I have to live for? For who? Why? But now, it's kind of a relief. Bill, do you have something to live for? At least for my daughter. Can you imagine what would happen if she lost her mother and father a month apart? So come on, don't make stuff up, just get well and get back to your normal life. Also, your Vivian, I gather, was a wise woman. Live for her memory. By her principles, it will be the best thing you can do for her. I'll try, Bill said quietly. Tears came to his eyes. It's the right thing to do. Your daughter, by the way, should have been told by now where you are. So wait and see if she comes to visit. What kind of a scoundrel am I? I don't think I've thought about her the least in the last day. My poor girl. What will she think when she sees me like this? Better that than in prison. Well, you'll think of something. Tell her you fell into a trap while hunting. I'll think of something, Bill nodded. Well, thanks again for everything. I'll visit you. Get well, William said and left the room, heading for the cardiac ward. In his office, for the first time in many months, he took out a brandy and poured some into a glass. But no sooner had he brought the glass to his lips than there was a knock on the door. Beatrice entered the study. William, why am I always the last to know? She asked anxiously. It seems that everything has been decided here, said Beatrice, entering the office. I have already learnt about the new head of the district only on the radio. I'm sorry, William grinned. I didn't have time to call you. Sit down, let's have a drink. Come on, William suggested. The working day ended an hour ago, actually. I haven't seen you with a glass in your hand in a long time. However, the situation really allows. Beatrice took a glass of cognac in her hand. What are we drinking to, William? To justice. Just for justice? William gently clinked his shot glass with the superintendent. There were still many unresolved issues. William had to get the car and other things back from the village somehow. It was unknown what the new head of the district would be like and what medical equipment deliveries would start next month. Would Bill be able to fully recover from Vivian's death and everything that had happened to him? Or will his thirst for revenge soon overwhelm him again? To most of these questions, William didn't know the answer. But firstly, there were many things he could control himself, even to the point of influencing the chief physician in deciding on supplies. And secondly, even the smallest justice gave hope and strength to live and work on. And now William had that strength and hope. A pregnant taxi driver gave a fortune teller a lift to an abandoned house. And as soon as she unfolded the note, Angelina cheerfully ran down the steps of the polyclinic and practically jumped up and down the pavement towards the house. Passers-by looked in surprise at the running girl, who shone and charged the surrounding people with positivity. They, of course, did not understand the reason for the great joy, but just smiled looking at her. And there was a lot to be happy about. Angelina was pregnant. She had been dating Jonathan for almost 2 years and had been waiting for him to propose. But her lover kept putting it off and putting it off. But now they will definitely get married. On the way home, Angelina ran into the shop, bought groceries to prepare a festive dinner, and during it to tell her beloved the amazing news. Angelina rented a room in a flat from a very nice elderly woman. They often had tea together in the evenings. Kimberly talked about her life, sometimes giving advice not obsessively, but kindly and from the heart. When Angelina had first invited Jonathan to her flat, with the landlady's permission, Kimberly had told him after he left that he was no match for Angelina. He's not a serious young man, Kimberly said. You can't build a strong relationship with him. You'll see, he'll prove himself. You'll remember what I said. But time passed, the relationship developed, and Jonathan never showed any bad behavior. Angelina calmed down and decided that Kimberly had made a mistake. Angelina flew into the flat. Kimberly, I'm home, she announced happily, so loudly that the neighbors 1 floor below and 1 floor above must have heard her. Oh my God, you're glowing. Kimberly smiled, looking at her tenant. Did they give you a bonus, or did you win the lottery? Kimberly asked. No, I'd rather tell you now. Are you going to be happy too? Angelina replied excitedly. You just calm down first and then you'll tell me. I can't calm down. I can't. I'm the happiest person in the world. Angelina rejoiced. Sit down, and I'll tell you all about it, she said. Kimberly looked at Angelina with slight impatience. She was a bit curious and couldn't stand secrets, so Angelina began to speak. I was at the antenatal clinic today. She paused meaningfully and added, I'm pregnant. Can you imagine I'm going to have a baby? Kimberly looked at Angelina in surprise. Aren't you excited? She asked, a little upset. No, why would I be excited? A child for a woman is happiness and the meaning of life. And who is the father? Kimberly asked for some reason. Who is the father? Jonathan, of course, Angelina answered. Oh yeah, why me? Don't mind me. Sclerosis is setting in. That's what Kimberly always said when she was trying to get out of a discussion about a situation she wasn't comfortable with. Angelina had learned her well over the past 4 years. Kimberly, don't upset me. Do you still think Jonathan's not right for me? She asked. But we've been together for 2 years. In that time, has he ever behaved inappropriately or offended me in any way? But he hasn't. Then why don't you love him so much? Angelina asked the woman almost in tears. I'm sorry, baby. I did not want to spoil your mood, but I do not like your chosen one, and all here. I don't have anything to pick on, but my gut tells me he's no good, Kimberly said. When we marry him, we'll see what you have to say, Angelina retorted resentfully. God willing, Kimberly said cryptically and went to her room. Angelina's mood was frayed. She went to the kitchen, unpacked the bags, and confidently dialed her lover's number. Jonathan, are you going to be at work much longer today? She asked. I don't know yet. What is it? Jonathan asked. I have something very important to do tonight, Angelina answered. Try to be home by 7, Angelina said. I will. What is it? Jonathan asked. But Angelina did not give any concrete answer, of course. She said that she would give all the details in the evening. Usually, when there was a celebration, Angelina always invited Kimberly to the table. But tonight she asked her grandmother to have dinner in her room. Grandma, Kimberly, please, I want it to be just the 2 of us, she said. We can have dinner in my room, of course, but it won't be very comfortable. Can we have the kitchen for the evening? I'll bring dinner to your room. We can, baby, we can, Kimberly replied. Especially since it's my favorite movie tonight. Thank you so much, Angelina hugged her grandmother. Jonathan arrived around 8 o'clock in the evening. Angelina was already nervous and called her lover several times to find out where he was and when he would be there. Jonathan strongly disliked such control and always reacted violently to the girl's calls. What, are you calling me every half an hour again? I told you I'm coming, the young man said angrily. Okay, I'm waiting for you. Don't be nervous, Angelina reassured him. Jonathan entered the flat in a bad mood. It was hard to understand why. He wasn't in the mood today. He was always in trouble at work, he said, and he often came home unhappy. Sometimes it was Angelina's phone calls that put him in a bad mood. Hi, honey. I'm all set. Let's go to dinner, Angelina said. I'll wash my hands, Jonathan muttered and went to the bathroom. Angelina was very nervous. She did not know how to start the conversation. Plus, Jonathan's mood was throwing her off balance. They sat down at the table, which was festively set, and Jonathan noticed it. What did I miss? Is it someone's birthday today? He asked. No, Jonathan, we have another occasion. Eat. We'll talk later, Angelina said. Tell me what happened. I hate your secrets, Jonathan grumbled. His mood had not improved, even after the delicious dinner. Angelina tensed. Maybe I shouldn't tell him now. Why not? On the contrary, he'll be happy and cheer up, she thought. Jonathan, I went to the hospital today, Angelina said. Are you ill? Jonathan interrupted her. Not really. Not at all, Angelina answered. She paused for a moment and added confidently, we are going to have a child. Angelina waited for him to take her in his arms like in the cinema, kissing her and wrapping her in his arms. But Jonathan sat motionless and stared at Angelina. I'm sorry, what did you say? He asked, barely audibly. I said we're going to have a baby. I went to the antenatal clinic today and the doctor confirmed the pregnancy, Angelina repeated. Tears came to her eyes. She was very offended by this reaction of her beloved. The worst thing was that he was silent and did not comment on what she had heard. Would you please say something? I asked the girl. What do you want me to say? Jonathan asked. I don't know, for example, that you are happy too. And if I'm not glad, he said. Tears ran down Angelina's cheeks. They had talked about this topic once before, and Jonathan had said then that he didn't see himself as a father and that it was too early for him to think about it, although Angelina is already 28 and Jonathan is 31. But that conversation took place a year ago and Angelina was hoping things had changed, but apparently not. What are you crying about? What did I say? I told you a long time ago that I do not want to be a father. I'm not interested. Can I not want to? Jonathan started to attack. It's you women who dream of having lots of children and sitting around snotting and crying. I don't like it. I told you that honestly, by the way. But we've been unprotected for the last 6 months. I thought. You thought? Is it really your problem whether you use protection or not? Or rather, the consequences of it, he interrupted Angelina. What do we do now? She asked through her tears. It's 9 weeks. You're like a little girl, honestly. Even I know that before 12 weeks you can easily solve this problem. It's not a problem. It's a little live human being. Are you suggesting I get rid of it? Angelina exclaimed. Look, let's skip the drama, Jonathan grumbled. It's your choice. I'm not a part of this, Jonathan said. He got up from the table and was about to leave the kitchen. Suddenly he stopped and turned round. When you've solved the problem, call me. I don't want you with a belly. Sorry to be frank, but honest, he said, and walked out of the flat, slamming the door loudly. Angelina sat in the kitchen. Her world had crumbled. In an instant, all dreams and plans had been destroyed by some 20-minute conversation. She had been so hopeful that a bright streak was beginning in her life. But alas, apparently being happy was not her lot. Angelina got up from the table, looked out the window, and decided it wasn't too late to go for a walk. She took her jumper and walked confidently out of the flat. There was a small park near the house, and Kimberly sometimes walked through it before going to bed. But today the girl went for a walk alone and really wanted to be alone with her thoughts. Angelina sat down on a bench at the far end of the park and began to remember her life, starting with her childhood, which she remembered very well, although it would be better if she didn't remember at all. The girl had never had a father. Or rather, he was somewhere, of course, but Angelina had never seen or known him. How many times she tried to find out from her mother, but she stubbornly withheld information about him. She and her mother lived alone. To say that they lived poorly, nothing to say. Her mother worked 2 jobs, but still not enough money. At the age of 15, Angelina started to work part-time at the market. She received a pittance, but at least some help to their family budget. When she was 16, she was attacked, helped by Armin, for whom she worked. After that, she stopped coming to the market and got a job as an evening cleaner in a salon. The owner of the salon knew Angelina and simply took pity on the girl. After graduating from school, she entered medical college but left it in the 2nd year because her mother became very ill and it was simply not possible to study full-time. To get at least some profession, Angelina finished hairdressing courses. But all salons and hairdressing salons were staffed with masters, and it was unrealistic to find a job. Besides, she had no experience at all. Thanks to a neighbor, Angelina got a job as a shop assistant. This job was a salvation for her. Firstly, the salary was more or less normal. Secondly, the shop was in their house, and if necessary, the girl could always run home to her mother. Angelina had a friend, Molly, the only person close to her. The only one, because her mother always kept Angelina at a distance. Sometimes it seemed to the girl that her mother hated her and considered her guilty of living like this. Angelina felt it, but her mother never said it directly. The friends were very different. Angelina was calm, quiet, closed off to everyone. And Molly was the complete opposite. But despite these differences, the girls had been friends since the 3rd grade. Molly was from a normal family with parents and a stable average income. Sometimes she gave her friend her things, bought some food, sweets, and even taught Angelina to drive a car when the girls were already 19. Look, anything can come in handy in life. How hard is it for you to learn how to do that? How do you know what life has in store for you? What if you marry a millionaire? He gives you a car and you can't drive. What would you do? Molly smiled. Would you make one for yourself? What millionaire? Where would he come from? Replied Angelina. Well, I don't know. It happens in the cinema. That's in the cinema. I don't believe in such things in life. It doesn't happen like that. Well, we'll see. After a while, Angelina took a course and got her driving license. Molly made her do it. 6 months later, Angelina's mom died of cancer. The girl was left all alone. Except for her friend, she had no one. Angelina changed her job and began to live in hope for the future. She got a job in a private firm and worked as a courier. She was even given a car to use. So 3 years passed. One evening, when Angelina was returning from work, she received a phone call from Molly, who asked her to visit her. It was a matter of some urgency. Okay, I'll be at your place in half an hour, Angelina agreed. Molly met her friend in a very emotional state. Oh my God, what happened? Angelina was terrified. I'm going to tell you something. You'll just fall down, she began to intrigue her friend. I wouldn't like that, Angelina smiled. Tell me what you want to know. Do you remember Thomas from the parallel class? Thomas who? Thomas Jones. I remember him in general terms. What does he look like? Of course I remember. But I never had much contact with him. What happened to him? Nothing exactly happened to him. Molly was too emotional, jumping from one thought to another. Anyway, I met him by chance recently, and he suggested that I go to Italy with him for 3 years. It's just a quick sham marriage. What do you need to arrange? Angelina was surprised. Why would you do that? And why did he suggest you? Calm down and explain. I don't understand. Oh, what don't you understand? He always had a soft spot for me at school, tried to court me, but I wasn't really attracted to him. I didn't like him. And now I've met him. He's so handsome now, he's so cute. We sat in a cafe, reminisced about school and stuff. And when he walked me home, he proposed to me. I still don't get it. Why would you do that? What does he want? Let him go to his internship. Really? It's Italy. When will I ever have a chance to live in Italy at the expense of some company he works for? They pay for everything, traveling and accommodation. What's wrong with you? It's great 3 years in a foreign, but so beautiful country at someone else's expense. And you'll just get high, Molly continued. It's like a jackpot. Well, I don't know, I wouldn't go, Angelina replied. You, of course, but I'm me. And I'm going. My parents even let me go already. Go, of course. It's your decision, your choice. Maybe I'd go, but no one would offer me that. Don't make it up. There'll be a holiday on your street. Yes, with my happiness it will be, Angelina grinned. You know, I was thinking of leaving this city. I want to try to change my life. In our city, where almost every dog knows you, it's unrealistic. Now that you're leaving, I'm definitely leaving. What am I going to do here? That's right. Why not give it a try? How will you sell the flat? I won't sell it yet. I don't know what the situation will be. At least I'll have a place to come back to if anything happens. It's all familiar and native here, and every dog knows it, Molly continued. And the friends laughed. 2 weeks after this conversation, Molly flew to Italy, and Angelina packed her things for departure to the regional center. There were more people and opportunities there. Arriving in the big city, the girl was very confused. She was not ready for so many people and competition in her work. In addition, she had not thought about where to stay for the night. After walking around the city, she found a small hotel. Thankfully, she had saved up some money over the past few years. And for the first time, she had it. She rented a room for a day and decided to start looking for a flat or a room in the morning, and then a job. In the morning, she called several advertisements and, having realized that it would be expensive to rent a flat, started looking for a room. Finding a good room with a female neighbor proved to be problematic. Either there were adverts of girl students who, of course, have a stormy personal life and parties, or grandfathers. Angelina walked through the city and didn't know what to do. She sat down on a bench and cried. She felt so sorry for herself. What kind of life do I have? Angelina thought. I don't even have anyone to turn to for advice. Suddenly, someone touched her shoulder. Baby, why are you crying? Who hurt you? Angelina heard a pleasant female voice. She looked up and saw a nice grandmother of about 75 years old, no more. For some reason, the grandmother aroused Angelina's trust, and she told her problems without a second thought. Wow, what happiness, exclaimed the grandmother. I'm looking for a roommate, a lodger. I don't want to take students there too noisy. But someone like you, calm and kind, I'd love to have you as my neighbor. I have a big 3-room flat. There's plenty of room for everyone, but I have another tenant. I don't know how you feel about him. Angelina tensed up. She didn't want a man living in the flat. Is he related to you? More than that. This is my cat, Sam. Granny smiled. We've lived together for 9 years, and my name is Kimberly. So will you come and live with me? Of course I will, Angelina said happily. Well, what's your name? Oh, my name is Angelina. What kind of name is unusual for you? No, it's a normal name, Angelina. I just haven't liked it since I was a kid. I came up with a shortened form of it that works for me. I see. I had a friend named Angela, and she used to tell everyone she was Ange. All right, give me a piece of paper and a pen. I'll write down my address. Pick up your stuff from the hotel and come home tonight. The words "come home tonight" made Angelina feel suddenly warm and peaceful. It felt as if it was her own grandmother, with whom she had quarreled, but now she had made up, and her grandmother was waiting for her at home. Angelina had never had a grandmother of her own. She died before her granddaughter was born. And her grandfather, her mum's father, died when she was 2 years old, and she hardly remembered him, only from photographs. After picking up her things from the hotel, Angelina hailed a taxi and drove to the address. Kimberly greeted Angelina like a dear guest. She set the table, baked a cake, prepared the room, and laid out new bed linen. For some reason, Angelina really felt at home. She felt very comfortable and warm in this strange flat with a complete stranger. She did not feel so calm and good even at home, in the company of her own mother, and Angelina stayed with Grandma Kimberly for many years. Angelina's memory was interrupted by her grandmother's familiar voice. Baby, I need to remind you that I have blood pressure. I can't be so worried. Where did you run off to so suddenly? What happened? Angelina looked at Kimberly. The look of a dog that's been punished and kicked out into the street. Grandma, Kimberly, you were right. He's a traitor. He doesn't want the baby or me. He told me to have an abortion. That's the only way he'd come back to me. He's such an arsehole, Grandma scolded. I hope you won't do something stupid like that. Of course not. I'm 28. What abortion? For what and for whom should I get rid of my own child? I guess I'll be like my mother. I'll raise him alone. You know, it's better to be alone than with such an unreliable boyfriend. It's all right, we'll manage together. I can still help you with the little one. I don't have grandchildren of my own. I'll babysit your baby. Angelina knew that Kimberly had a son who had died in the line of duty at the age of 30. He'd been married, but never had children. The former daughter-in-law sometimes visited her former mother-in-law, but not often. She had another family and children. Kimberly sat down next to Angelina on the bench. You know, I'd rather he found out he was a scoundrel now than when you two got married. I get it, but it's just so hurtful and hurtful. You were right when you said he wasn't right for me. Grandma Kimberly, am I ever going to have a date? Of course you will. I'm sure you will. Somehow I believe you, Angelina said, and added quietly, or want to believe. Let's go home, baby. It's cold. You can't be cold tonight. Neither can I. Let's have some tea, go to bed. The morning's the wiser. They got up from the bench and walked slowly home. The next day, Angelina had a day off, and she decided to sleep. She woke up close to noon. Kimberly was in the kitchen when Angelina came out. Baby, you just woke up. Go to the bathroom while I make you breakfast. I don't want breakfast. I'm just going to have some coffee, that's all. No, that's no good. You need to have a proper breakfast. I made cottage cheese casserole. You're forgetting that you need to eat for two and not coffee and sandwiches. Right. I'm still getting used to my new status. Thank you, Grandma. Over breakfast, Grandma asked Angelina about her plans for the near future. Have you thought about changing jobs? Working in a warehouse is not a good option for pregnant women. You need something quieter, less physically demanding. What did the gynecologist say? Are you okay? Basically, yeah, but a little tonus, no heavy lifting. Well, you see, that means we have to think of something. What do you want to do before your maternity leave? I understand. But where can I go? I don't have any education. I've only worked as a delivery boy, and a storekeeper isn't the right job for me right now. What else can you do? I used to sell at the market, but it was a bad experience. I also took hairdressing courses, but it was a long time ago and I have no experience at all. It doesn't fit. Well, that's it then. I can't do anything else. Yeah, that's it, Kimberly said. Well, don't worry, we'll figure something out. After breakfast, Angelina decided to take a walk and go to the temple. She wasn't a deeply religious person, but sometimes she went to pray and ask for help or a clue as to what to do next. After placing a candle for her mother's repose and Kimberly's health, she walked out of the temple and came across a taxi car at the entrance. The sign on the car was brightly colored and eye-catching ladies' taxi, and Angelina was electrocuted. That's genius. I know how to drive and I have a license and about 4 years' experience. It's not hard work. You can try it for the first time as long as your stomach doesn't rest against the steering wheel. She approached the girl behind the wheel. Excuse me, but is it realistic to work for your firm? Do you have any driving experience? Yes, almost 4 years. Can you prove it? Yes, I have a record in my employment record. Then no problem. And the girl handed Angelina a business card. Call the bottom phone number and tell them you're interested in the driver's position. We're just recruiting a team. Thank you very much. Angelina was delighted. She stepped aside and dialed the right number. A pleasant female voice confirmed that there was a vacancy and gave Angelina an appointment with the manager for tomorrow at 10. Satisfied, Angelina immediately ran home to share the news with Kimberly. Kimberly wasn't too happy about this venture, as the job of a driver only seems easy. It's actually a lot of strain on the lower back, which is not good for a pregnant woman. I'm not going to work until I'm 9 months pregnant, but at least 4 or 5 months so I can save up some money. I've been saving all this time, of course, but soon I'll have to start spending it, because things will be small and then there will be nothing left. And I'll have to live with a little baby on my hands, Angelina argued. Kimberly agreed. The taxi interview was successful and Angelina was hired. The girl was happy. The first shift in her new role was scheduled for tomorrow. Angelina was very nervous on the first day. She wanted to be very polite and wished all the passengers a good day, good luck, or a pleasant evening. Someone left a tip, someone looked surprised, but there was no negativity. And that pleased Angelina most of all. A month went by like that. Then another. Angelina's stomach began to round out. Angelina's stomach began to round, and she was worried that her bosses would notice and fire her. And she loved her job as a taxi driver. This morning, Angelina had a strange mood or feeling. She didn't understand. It was as if something was going to happen. She told Kimberly about it. She smiled in return. You're just becoming a mum. It's normal for a mum. Don't worry, everything will be fine, she reassured Angelina. But the uneasy feeling didn't leave Angelina. And then there's this weird order. They gave me to pick up a client from one address and take him to a distant neighborhood where taxi drivers didn't like to go because it was considered to be dysfunctional and criminal. Maybe it's this order that's giving me this feeling. Angelina worried as she drove up to the address. A woman approached the car and opened the front door. Angelina didn't like it when passengers sat next to her. She was a little uncomfortable, but the girl could not say anything. The customer was always right. The woman looked quite strange. A long dress, a hoodie of some strange color, strange bracelets on her hands and beads on her neck. Lots of rings on her fingers. She looked a bit like a gypsy, but it was clearly not a representative of this ethnic group. "Good afternoon." The woman said hello. Her voice was incredibly pleasant and even mesmerizing, and her gaze was heavy and penetrating. "Hello, please sit down and fasten your seatbelt," Angelina said politely. The woman obediently fastened her seatbelt. "Aren't you afraid to drive like that?" The passenger suddenly asked. "It's not the best job in your condition." "In what position?" Angelina pretended not to understand. "You think you can fool me?" The woman smiled. "No, I just don't really know what you're talking about." Angelina stood her ground. "Well, why are we ashamed of our name? Do you think it's worse than the others?" That's where Angelina was really surprised. She did not believe in psychics, fortune tellers, and other miracle people. But you can't just randomly come up with something like that. "I wonder what else she can say," she thought. And then she heard it. "Jonathan, your Jonathan is no match for you. Good thing he left. You should have listened when Camila told you he was no good for you," the woman said. Angelina even jerked the steering wheel. She slowed down a little out of surprise and looked at her passenger with great interest. "You still don't believe me?" With a little squint, but with a smile, asked the woman. "It's impossible not to believe. How do you know all this?" "I see a lot." "What else do you see?" Angelina lit up. And although she did not believe in predictions, but at this moment she wanted to hear something good about her future. "What do you want to know?" "I don't know. Like, will I ever have a normal man? Am I carrying a baby, and will I have more children?" "Wow. How many things do you want?" "The good thing is that all your questions can be answered in one word. Yes. I won't go into detail. All women are curious to a greater or lesser extent." "No, why not?" "Because life won't be interesting." "You're weird. Usually fortune tellers predict with details, but you're so cryptic." "I'm not a fortune teller. I'm a witch," the woman said seriously, calmly. Angelina hit the brakes in surprise. "I'm sorry, who? Did you say?" The passenger's calmness was astonishing. She spoke as if she were answering a question about which traffic light was the right one to drive through. "I'm sorry I slowed down. I just didn't expect to hear that." "What did I say to surprise you?" "A witch is someone who knows. I mean, she knows a lot, not Baba Yaga. But people think of witches differently. It's a mistake." "What's your name?" Angelina asked for some reason. "Sharon." "I'm Angelina," the passenger finished for the girl. "Excuse me, can I ask you a question?" "Sure." "Aren't you scared to live like this?" "I used to be scared, but that was a long time ago, in a previous life. But now I can't live any other way. It wouldn't be interesting. I don't think I could carry that kind of weight." "Do you think God doesn't give us things we can't bear or handle?" Sharon asked. "Are you a believer?" Angelina asked in a daze. "If there is no God, demons dwell in him. And I don't make friends with those things." Angelina looked at the passenger again, but now with different eyes. Sharon was very interesting and pleasant to talk to, and she was even upset that they had only a couple of minutes to go. They drove into the street of the private sector. The atmosphere around them was really unfavorable. "Do you live here?" Angelina asked Sharon. "No, there's a nice man who lives here who is in trouble and needs help. So maybe I should wait for you." "No, that's okay. Stop by that abandoned house over there," Sharon asked. Angelina stopped. "How much do I owe you?" "It's nothing. It's been a pleasure just chatting with you. Do you have a pen and a piece of paper?" Sharon suddenly asked. "Yes," right away Angelina opened the glove compartment, took out a notebook and a pen and handed it to the witch. She wrote something down. Then she tore out the sheet and folded it several times. "Read it when you get home. A promise not to open it before time is good." Well, be happy and take care of yourself. The wish sounded meaningful, but not threatening. Thank you, too. Have a good day. Sharon closed the door and disappeared into the darkness of the abandoned house. Angelina barely made it to work for the rest of the day and ran home impatiently. Curiosity was tearing the girl up inside. She was so eager to read the note, she flew into the flat, threw her bag on the floor in the corridor, and took out a piece of paper from her pocket. On it was written the address, or rather the name of a small town about 150 kilometers from the regional center, and personal details Oliver's. And just below it was a note. Find this man and tell him whose daughter you are. He will help you. Angelina stared at the piece of paper and tried to figure out what it meant. She didn't understand how she would come to a stranger's house in another city and just tell him whose daughter she was from the doorstep. It looked strange and stupid, and the girl decided to seek wise advice from her grandmother. She recounted today's meeting with Sharon, what they had talked about, and the note. Kimberly listened to Angelina with great surprise. How interesting. Amazingly simple. Oh my goodness, Nana wailed. Do you think I should go there or not? I'd go. What have you got to lose? What if this man really can help you in some way? You've never heard that name before. No, it's a complete stranger to me. You can look up a person's last name on the internet. Kimberly suddenly realized. Yeah, how did I not realize that? I mean, you can type in the city, see if it comes up with something. I'm having trouble with the age thing, though. I don't know how old a person is. Angelina took the laptop, opened the search engine and typed in the city, surname, first name, and patronymic. She was immediately stunned. There was only one person in this town with that information, Kimberly's grandmother. Look who it was. She unfolded the laptop and showed her grandmother a picture of Oliver with his job title. He was the mayor of this very town. What a twist. Kimberly stretched out in surprise. How are you going to get to him? That's a good question. But why? Well, that's a problem. That's a problem. Do you want me to come with you? Grandma offered. Oh no, with your legs you'll only go to other cities to get mayors. I'll manage on my own somehow. I have the day after tomorrow off, so I'll go. The next day in the evening, lying in bed, Angelina tuned herself for the trip and tried with all her might to understand who this man was and how he could help her. She had no idea how she would get to see him and how she would tell him whose daughter she was. She ran through different scenarios in her head and laughed herself out of it. Hello, I'm Angelina. My mom is Camila. Oh, why aren't you excited? That's rubbish. Maybe we shouldn't go anywhere at all. Angelina asked herself a question. I think this Oliver is living just fine without this stunning news. Whose daughter? Why does he even need this valuable information? She fell asleep like that in thought. In the morning, a colleague came to pick her up. Angelina arranged for Maggie to drive her to the bus station early, taking a ticket for the nearest bus. Angelina sat by the window and began to think about what she should do when she arrived in the city. She had two options: go to City Hall and wait for him there, hoping he would leave the building during the day, or find his home address on the internet and wait outside his house. No, not an option. And if he gets home at night, how am I going to get back to my town then, where I'll be sleeping on the street? Pregnant is not an option at all, so that leaves only work. You mean City Hall? She arrived in town around 10 in the morning. The weather was fine, a light breeze was blowing, the sun was shining, but it wasn't hot. Angelina strolled quietly through the park near the City Hall. Suddenly she saw a girl who was heading towards the City Hall. She was dressed in a business suit and shoes with a huge stiletto heel. Angelina didn't understand what attracted her to this girl, but she stared at her intently. And then the unexpected happened. The girl twisted her foot, tripped and fell. Angelina ran to her aid. Should I call an ambulance? Are you all right? Angelina asked. I think I twisted my ankle, she said, almost crying. My mom told me not to wear such stilettos. Let me call an ambulance, Angelina insisted. No, I really don't need one. Can you help me waddle to the office? I work at the town hall. Sure, Angelina was glad to be able to get inside the building. They walked slowly to the entrance. The guard, seeing the girl, also offered to call an ambulance, but Chloe, as the name of the fallen, flatly refused. They went up to the first floor and approached the mayor's reception area. We're here. Thank you so much, Chloe thanked her savior. How can I thank you? Maybe coffee or tea? And Angelina realized that this was her chance. No, thank you. No coffee or tea. But I really need some help. I really need to get a few minutes with Oliver. I'm traveling from out of town to give him some important information. But he's a complicated man. He's a difficult man to get to. Can you help me? Angelina folded her hands in a prayer gesture and made pleading eyes. No problem, somehow too quickly agreed Chloe. Why does he accept everyone? You don't know. Our mayor is a unique leader. He is much talked about not only in our city. He has no record of personal issues. If he's in his office and he's not busy, it's easy to get an audience with him. Wow. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Angelina was genuinely surprised. Yes, many people are surprised. So your request is not a problem. You would have got to see him anyway. How about some tea? Especially since Oliver's not here yet. All right. Fine. Let's have tea. Angelina, after waiting for the mayor for about 40 minutes, they were already drinking their second cup of tea when the door to the reception room opened and a very stately and solid man of about 50 entered. He looked more like an athlete, broad-shouldered, trim. It was clear that he spent a couple of hours a week in the gym. He wore a dark gray suit, a light gold shirt of an obscure shade, and a tie. Angelina looked at the face. What if she had seen him once after all? But no, this was a man she would definitely remember. With thick black hair and blue eyes untouched by gray, beautifully shaped lips. But what Angelina liked most of all was his gaze. He looked stern, but with a kind of warmth. It was unclear how this could be combined, but that was the impression this man made, looking intently at the strange girl in his waiting room. Are you here to see me? The voice sounded so loud and confident that Angelina even flinched. Yes, I can, of course, when it wasn't quite comfortable. He smiled and gestured Angelina into the office. The journey to the next chair seemed exciting to Angelina. She realized that she had nothing to fear, but she was still scared. Angelina didn't even notice that she had been sitting on the chair behind the desk for a long time, and the mayor of the city was sitting opposite her and waiting patiently. Yes, he was not delicate. He obviously saw the girl's excitement and did not want to prevent her from tuning in. But he couldn't wait indefinitely for her determination either. I'm sorry, but I have a lot to do. You could get to the point more quickly. Do you need my help? Go ahead, I'll write it down, Oliver said. I'm sorry to interrupt you, and please don't be surprised. I don't understand much of what's going on, but I was told to find you and give you some information. Oliver raised his eyebrows in surprise. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Who told you to do that? What kind of information are you supposed to give me? Angelina thought about it for a moment and decided to be honest about what really happened. At first, the mayor looked at her with distrust and suspicion, but then with interest. And when Angelina finally said what she had come for, the mayor felt unwell and clutched his heart. Are you sick? Angelina was genuinely frightened. Should I call an ambulance? No, I don't need an ambulance. Can I have some water, please? It'll make you feel better. Angelina brought a glass of water and stood next to the mayor. Excuse me, please, but can you at least tell me why you're doing this? Because I've been racking my brain thinking about it. Excuse me, how old are you? Oliver asked me out of the blue. 28. Why? The mayor covered his face with his hands and laughed. Why are you laughing? Angelina was surprised again. But suddenly she realized he wasn't laughing. Crying? Oh, what are you doing? What did I say? Don't cry, please. Oh my God, what a load of rubbish, honestly. If I had known that I would bring this respectable uncle to tears, I wouldn't have come here at all, she thought. The mayor calmed down a little and looked at Angelina with a different look, as if he were studying her. "Can you explain anything to me?" "I don't understand anything Oliver said." Angelina added, "I can't worry, I'm pregnant." "I can't worry, I'm pregnant." Oliver stood up and hovered over Angelina. Hovering because Angelina was 168 centimeters tall and the mayor was clearly over 185. "Your name is Angelina." "That's a beautiful name." "You're pregnant." "Do you have a husband?" "When your mom died, was she ill or sudden death? Where did you live? How was your childhood? Was mom married? Is your grandfather still alive?" The questions came one after another. Oliver addressed the girl as you or you. It was obvious that he was very worried. "Oh my God, I have a daughter. I can't believe it. And I have a grandchild on the way," he said. Angelina went numb. "Father? That's my father? It can't be," she thought. The girl didn't know how to react. On the one hand, she now had a family man. On the other, he had betrayed her many years ago when he abandoned her mother. But Angelina, unlike many women, was not impulsive and always guided by logic and common sense. Therefore, she decided to first listen to her father's version of her birth, and then decide whether to communicate with him or not, though it was clear from his reaction that he was delighted with the news. "Excuse me, if you're so happy, why did you leave my mother when you found out she was pregnant?" Angelina asked. This question was particularly painful considering that she had also been abandoned recently when she found out she was pregnant. "I didn't abandon your mum. What's more, I didn't even know she was pregnant. If you give me a chance, I'll tell you everything and explain everything," Oliver replied. "Of course, I'd really like to hear from you what happened all those years ago and why you broke up. No matter how many times I asked my mother about you, she never told me anything," Angelina said. "Then you tell me." Oliver walked to the door and turned to the secretary. "Chloe, I'm not here for anyone today." Then he returned to the table and sat down opposite Angelina, as if deciding where to begin his story. "I met Camilla 29 years ago at a holiday resort. I had just graduated from university, and my parents gave me a trip to the sea. Camilla was on holiday with her parents. I noticed her on the beach, but did not dare to approach her, as I saw that she was with her parents. In the evening, she came to the dance without an escort. So I asked her to dance. We got to know each other, got to talking. It turned out that we have a lot of common themes and interests, and we went for a walk to the night sea. We parted in the morning. We didn't have anything, we just sat on the beach and talked. But when she went back to her room, I realized I was in love. I'd never felt like that before. Your mum was a very beautiful woman. Not just outwardly, but probably more beautiful in spirit. She had an incredible inner world. She sounded like she was singing. It's impossible not to fall in love with such a woman. We met on the beach in the afternoon. We exchanged a few words and agreed to go to the cinema in the evening. Camila said that she had been punished for coming back late and that she would have to come back early today. I was a little surprised by this kind of control, as she was already 20 years old. Quite a mature girl, but she was afraid of her parents, especially her father. You could tell. We did go to the cinema in the evening. I don't know what she told them, but her parents let her go. After the cinema, we went to the beach again. That's when I kissed her for the first time and realized I was lost. I didn't know what to do. Asking for the hand of a girl you'd known for 2 days would be ridiculous and stupid. No one would believe in the sincerity of my feelings and intentions. But they were, both feelings and intentions. We sat on the beach until 2 a.m. and I walked her back to her room. The next day, Camila was not on the beach, nor did she appear in the dining room for dinner. I noticed that Camila's mother had taken her portion with her. I thought she was ill. The change of climate, the cool nights, so I decided to visit her. I went to their room and knocked. The door was opened by her mother, and she asked me in a disgruntled tone what I wanted. I can honestly say that we met recently and I like your daughter, I said. I noticed she wasn't here, so I came over to see if she was okay. Maybe she was ill. To which I received a very specific answer. It's none of your business what's wrong with our daughter. The frown and other young ladies young man did not raise for you. One slammed the door in your face. I wasn't prepared for that attitude. I'll be honest, I was surprised by the behavior of parents, such a rigid framework in relation to an adult, which was already Camila. 2 more days passed. Camila finally showed up on the beach, but she was different. It was as if she'd been replaced. Even the sparkle in her eyes was gone. I had to talk to her. I got a boy about 9 years old to carefully hand her a note that said, "I'll be waiting for you tonight." Camila arrived almost an hour late, but I would wait until morning. To be honest, I was really looking forward to this conversation and wanted to find out what was going on. "Oliver, I can't explain everything to you because it's hard for a normal person to understand," she began. "And you and I can never be together." "Why don't you like me?" I asked Camila. "I like you. I like you a lot. But my father doesn't like you. He doesn't like you very much. And I would never go against my father's wishes." Oh my God, what is this medieval stuff? I wondered. "Do you really let me decide for you who you should live with and marry?" "I don't want to, and I won't discuss it with you," Camila cut her off. "I'm sorry, but I really can never be with you," Camila said, crying. I could see that she was crying from resentment and despair, from this wild injustice and stupidity. I put my arm round her shoulders, and suddenly she turned her head and kissed me on the lips, really, and with such desire that I couldn't resist. And it happened. It was the first and only time. I never saw her again. In the morning, when I got to the beach, they were gone. Then I found out they'd left at dawn. Apparently as soon as Camila got back to her room, because we didn't break up until the morning. That was the story. Oliver sighed. I wanted to find her. I knew her last name and the city she came from, but I didn't dare. A year or so later, I happened to be in that town, and I even found her address and went to see her. But my father opened the door and just threw me down the stairs, said he'd kill me next time. Angelina listened with bated breath. That her grandfather was strict and tough, she knew, and from her mother's words, but to be so. But that her mother had broken, that was obvious. Knowing the whole story now, Angelina understood why her mother had become so callous and rude. She felt sorry for her. But why did she do that to me, then Angelina wondered. Why, on the contrary, did she keep me away from her and behave to me as her parents did to her? She must have understood, as no one else could, how hurt and offended I was. But apparently the pressure that she has experienced all her life squeezed out of her all the good that still remained in her soul in her youth. "Are you married?" Angelina asked Oliver. "No," he answered. "I've been going through this love for a long time, trying to forget Camila. Then I went out with other girls, but it wasn't the same. Emptiness in my soul. I'm so used to being alone that I don't care anymore. But your appearance in my life is a breath of fresh air, a ray of sunshine in a dark kingdom," Oliver said. "I don't know what other epithets to use in honor of your arrival. And with a grandson, jackpot, as the young people say. I'm really glad I have you now. Tell me about yourself, please. Where do you live? What do you do? Do you have a boyfriend? I'm interested in everything." And Angelina told her father everything she remembered about her childhood, about her relationship with her mother, which could hardly be called warm, about her illness, death, about moving to another city, failed relationship with Jonathan, and about the brightest and wisest person, Kimberly. "I want you to live with me," Oliver said. "There's so much to catch up on. I can't leave Kimberly. She doesn't have anyone else but me, you know. Let's use the first name. It's not like I'm a stranger to you. As far as Kimberly's concerned, I wouldn't mind if you came with her. It's more fun that way." Angelina looked at her father in surprise. "So she's a complete stranger to you. She helped you in your time of need and supported you. So I'm grateful to her too. Well, it's settled. You're moving in with me." Angelina suddenly remembered the first time she'd met Kimberly and decided to make the same joke. "There's just one problem besides Kimberly and me. There's another mate." "Who?" "The cat." Angelina smiled. "And that's as much as you want. You can have a dog too. I have a big house. There's plenty of room for everyone." I'll have to go to my town to get my things and explain everything to Grandma. Prepare her somehow. Sure, I understand. But let's do it this way. Tonight you'll stay at my place. And tomorrow Thomas will take you to get your things and your grandmother. Okay, Angelina smiled. She wanted to be with her father again, to talk to her family. Oliver and Angelina left the office. The secretary looked at Angelina with interest. She didn't understand who this girl was and why the mayor had canceled all his meetings and appointments for her sake. They went to a restaurant to have lunch and continue their acquaintance over conversation. Oliver asked Angelina about her tastes, hobbies, favorite foods, books, and films. It was as if the father had decided to find out everything he could about his daughter in one day. Angelina answered and asked counter questions. She was also interested to know something about her father. Their conversation was interrupted by a phone call. The number was unknown. Angelina initially wanted not to answer, but then decided to pick up the phone. What if it was from her new job? Hello, are you Angelina? She heard an unfamiliar female voice. Yes, who is it? For some reason, the girl was frightened. It's the doctor from the hospital where Jonathan is now. Do you know this man? Yes, I do. Do you want to know what happened to him? A woman's voice asked sternly. Wondering what happened to him. Angelina was puzzled. They'd broken up. Why are they calling her? He has parents. They live in another city, but still he has someone to call. He was in a car accident and asked me to call you. What about him? Angelina asked. He's in serious condition. Can you come to the hospital today? No, I'm in another city. I can't physically get there today. I will come tomorrow morning. Angelina checked the number of the hospital and that Jonathan was in the intensive care unit, not the ward. Was something wrong? Oliver asked. Do you need help? I don't even know how to act or what to say. Angelina explained the situation. I think you should go and visit the man. I'm not saying you have to forgive him and sit in his room. Absolutely not. But you should go and see him. You've been in a relationship for 2 years, so he's not a stranger to you. Yes, you're right, Dad. Angelina called him Dad for the first time. And Oliver had tears in his eyes. It was so surprising. Such a serious grown man was so sensitive. Thank you, the father said and took his daughter's hand. For what? Angelina didn't understand. For calling me Daddy. They left the restaurant and drove to his house. The mayor's house stood out among the other private properties. Angelina looked curiously at the huge house, which looked more like a castle. Oliver caught her gaze and realized what she was thinking. Don't look at it because it's so big. I used to have a construction business. I built this house before I got into politics, so it's fair and legal. I didn't think anything of the sort. Angelina felt embarrassed because that was what she had thought at first. All right, her father smiled and pretended to believe her. Angelina entered the house and was stunned. She had never seen such beauty, except in the cinema. Everything was competently and originally organized. It was obvious that a very good designer had worked here and thought over every detail of the house. Angelina walked around and looked at the furniture, paintings, statuettes, vases, crockery. She was very interested. Come on, I'll show you your room, Oliver said. They went up to the first floor. There were several doors. One of them led to a room. The father opened the door and gestured for his daughter to come in. The room was decorated in a soft green color. It was so delicate, barely noticeable, and incredibly pleasing to the eyes. In the center of the room stood a huge bed. Along the wall was a snow-white wardrobe. On either side of the bed were the same white-colored nightstands, and on them stood small lamps. Everything was so beautiful, so perfectly clean and shiny that Angelina was afraid to touch it all, lest it get dirty and leave marks. Her father looked at her and smiled. He understood perfectly well in what conditions his daughter had grown up, and now by all means he wanted to compensate her for all the emotions she had not received and provide her with a decent standard of living. Do you want to rest? Oliver asked. Honestly, I do. It was only when I saw the bed that I realized I was tired, Angelina admitted. Then rest. I'll go make dinner arrangements. What can I make you? Fish meat. Oh, I'd love some fish. I really like fish. That's great. And fish is very good for pregnancy. I'm going to go and you rest. As soon as her father closed the door, Angelina lay down on the bed, and in a matter of minutes she passed out. She was really tired today. At dinner, her father told Angelina that his driver Thomas would arrive at 8 tomorrow morning and take Angelina first to the hospital, then to Kimberly's flat. Then he would bring them back with the cat and Grandma. Oh, I'm sorry to burden you like this, to be honest, Angelina said. What do you mean, burden me? I'm your father, and it's my duty to take care of my daughter. Especially in a situation like this, he was quiet for a moment and added, let's make a deal. If you need anything, you tell me straight away. He took a bank card out of his pocket and put it in front of his daughter. This is your card. There will always be money on it. And don't you dare argue, it's useless. The PIN code is your mom's date and month of birth. I've got the money. Thanks, Dad. No need, Angelina tried to refuse. That's my girl. You don't think I'm going to let you work in your condition. And girls always need money for stuff. Also, take only your most precious and essentials, and we'll buy everything else here. Kimberly, too. Thank you. But I think I'm a darling. I think you think, and I think we've agreed it's useless to argue with me. I suggest we take a walk before we go to bed and get some rest. You have a busy day tomorrow. You need a good night's sleep. They walked round the garden, walked down the avenue, sat on a bench for a while and returned to the house. Angelina said goodnight to her father and went up to her room. Before she went to take a shower, she dialed Kimberly. Baby, how are you doing in there? How is your father taking you? Angelina had already called Kimberly in the afternoon and told her about her parents' wonderful find, which Kimberly was glad about. It's fine, Grandma. I have 2 pieces of news for you. The good news and the bad news? Grandma asked and smiled. No, both good, you just don't worry. Okay? Angelina asked. So to begin with, it's usually after you say that you have to worry. Dad wants me to come and live with him. That's really good news and absolutely the right decision. You should live with your dad. What's the other news? Grandma, Kimberly, I really want you to come with me. Please, 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 please. Daddy personally invites you to come live with us. He doesn't want to leave you alone. There was silence on the phone. Angelina was afraid for Grandma and shouted, Grandma, are you all right? Yes, Kimberly answered through her tears. It was only now that Angelina realized she was crying. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? I'm not leaving you. On the contrary, I want you to come with me. You're coming. Okay. Thank you, baby. But I don't think it's a good idea. I'm a stranger to you, especially to your father. Why would you want me as a burden? Oh, how can you say that? What burden? You're very much my own person. You practically saved me. I can't leave you. Then I'm not going either. Okay, I'll think about it till tomorrow. You're coming tomorrow, right? Yes, I'll come to see you. The hospital called. Jonathan had an accident and gave the doctors my number for some reason. I'll have to pop round to the hospital and see what's going on. And then I'll come straight to your place to pack. Okay, baby. Well, good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Shh. Angelina showered, went to bed, and fell asleep with a happy smile on her face. In the morning after breakfast, Angelina got ready for the road. Annie, her father's au pair, made her sandwiches, put biscuits and water in a small basket. Take these in case you want a snack on the road. You can't go hungry, she said thoughtfully. Thank you very much, Angelina said. Angelina and her father went outside just as the car pulled up. Thomas, her father's driver, got out. Angelina saw him and froze in place. He looked incredibly like her favorite actor. Come on, it doesn't work that way for such a handsome man to work as a simple driver, she thought, and quietly asked her father. Is this your driver? Yes, but Thomas is not just a driver, he's also a security guard. He's a master of sports in Sambo. There was a small injury, and he had to retire from professional sports. He's a very nice and educated guy. When you talk to him, you'll understand, Oliver replied. How interesting, Angelina said with burning eyes. Thomas, I trust you with the most precious thing in life, my daughter. Keep an eye on her, you answer with your head, Oliver said in a serious tone. You have a daughter? That's the first I've heard of it, Thomas said in surprise. You wouldn't believe it, I just found out yesterday. You see how miracles happen in life. Don't you believe in miracles? Oliver smiled and repeated, don't drive. Drive carefully, as if you had a crystal vase in the car. Don't worry, everything will be fine, the driver assured her, and took a small basket of groceries from Angelina's hands. Angelina hugged and kissed her father and got into the car. For the first 10 minutes they drove in silence. Angelina felt uncomfortable because Thomas looked so much like a famous actor, and she was embarrassed to even look at him. Thomas looked at the road and waited for his valued passenger to want to talk. If she didn't, then so be it. Angelina made up her mind and spoke first. Thomas, do you know that you look like the actor Thomas Clinton? And Thomas laughed. How do I look like him? Except for the name. And very much like him, Angelina insisted. And she was right, he did look incredibly like this actor. Do you like the actor Thomas Clinton? Thomas realized. And how can not like him, when he is so handsome and incredibly charming? And in every role. Have you seen any of his films? Honestly, I don't remember. I don't really remember actors. Bad memory? No, I just remember actresses better, Thomas smiled. I'm a normal man. I like women. Angelina blushed deep red with embarrassment and even felt a pang of jealousy. And for some reason she felt uncomfortable that Thomas had said that. Angelina, are you a film buff? Why not? I just love our films and serials. I don't watch foreign ones at all. And I have a good memory, so I remember the actors I like and enjoy watching. What do you do besides watching films? I live. I work. Are you married? Unexpectedly he asked, and Angelina blushed again. Why? He asked. What does he care, thought the girl. Why? Is it something you're interested in? Maybe I'm looking for a bride. And you're just my type. I like smart, interesting and terribly modest girls who, when you ask them something, they immediately blush from head to toe. Angelina blushed even more and turned away to the window. Really, she asked, embarrassed, continuing to stare out the window. Excuse me, who are you talking to over there? And they both laughed. If you're asking seriously, I'm no match for you, Angelina replied sadly. May I ask why you are pregnant and what? Thomas asked. But then he realized, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it first. You have a fiancé and you're getting married? Then yes, I'll pass. I'm not interested in other people's brides. No, I don't have a fiancé. Then why don't you suit me? Because I'm pregnant with another man's child, Angelina said reasonably. And you don't think your child needs a father? I suppose I do. But not every man will agree to raise another man's child. I agree, not every man would. But I'm not everyone. I'm unique. He smiled sincerely and winked at Angelina, which made her blush again. Angelina looked at Thomas questioningly, trying to understand whether he was joking or serious. Are you joking? I don't think this is a joke, Angelina said. No, I'm not joking. You're an incredible girl, I can tell. And you have a special energy that affects me. I've never felt this kind of emotion before. How old are you, Thomas? Angelina asked. Does it matter? Yes. I'm 34. 34, Angelina was surprised. For some reason she had thought he was no more than 25, not badly preserved. Yes, Thomas joked again. Angelina liked his sense of humor very much. It was peculiar, of course, but subtle and original. Rather the opposite, too good. I thought you were no more than 25, the girl said honestly. Come on, really? Yeah, it's great. It's probably because of my resemblance to Konstantinov, Thomas joked again. And they both laughed. Angelina didn't notice how they arrived in the city. She enjoyed talking to Thomas so much that she didn't want to part. She gave him the address of the hospital and told him to stop by there first. As Angelina got out of the car, she suddenly yelped and clutched her stomach. "What's wrong? Are you ill?" Thomas was frightened. "There's no doctor." "I think the baby moved," Angelina smiled. "It's the first time." "Yes? Can you imagine how good it feels? You can see what an important moment I'm witnessing. And you say the baby is a stranger." "Can I touch it?" he asked, and without waiting for an answer, reached out his hand to Angelina's belly. "Yes," Angelina said, and was embarrassed again. But the baby was quiet and Thomas didn't feel anything. "Don't be upset. The first time is always like this, I've read. The bigger the belly gets, the more often and better it will feel." "You have given me hope now," Thomas smiled. Angelina smiled back, but said nothing. She really liked Thomas, but the possibility of them being together seemed very remote. "I won't be long. Please wait for me in the car," Angelina asked and walked towards the hospital. She easily found the intensive care unit and learnt that Jonathan had been transferred to the ICU. "Can I visit him?" she asked the doctor. "Yes, you can. I'll take you there." Angelina entered the room, which was empty except for Jonathan. He was lying against the wall and staring at the ceiling, but when he saw Angelina, he became animated and even happy. He had fractures in his arm and leg on his right side. There was a large abrasion and bruise on his face. "Hey, Jonathan, what happened?" Angelina asked and sat down next to him on a chair. "Hello, darling. It's so good to see you," Jonathan said almost sincerely. "Don't ask me what happened. We were in such a mess with Andrew." "Is he alive?" "He's alive, but he's worse than I am. He's got a problem with his spine." "That's too bad. I'm sorry, what about you?" "Fractured arm, leg, and some other problem with my foot. We need to operate right away." "I see. How are you doing? How are you doing without me?" "I'm fine. I live. I work." "Do you miss me?" Jonathan asked hopefully. "Not anymore. I'm used to it. Or rather, I'm used to you. You hurt me too much." "I'm sorry, please." Angelina wondered, did he really want them to be together again, and was he ready to raise a child with her? Maybe the accident had changed his outlook, and now he would ask her to marry him. But the reality turned out to be completely different, and what Angelina later heard shocked her. "I'm sorry to you, of course, but you haven't exactly been fair to me either. I told you I didn't want kids, and now, surprise, surprise, I'm pregnant. How am I supposed to react?" "I don't understand. Are you apologizing or blaming me?" Angelina clarified. "Apologizing in a very peculiar way, I must say. I need your help, obviously. I need money urgently, and a lot of it I have to have an operation. My parents don't have that kind of money. And I just bought a car." "I don't have any money either," Jonathan said. "I don't have any either. Don't you know that? You have a flat and you can sell it." Angelina hadn't expected such insolence. "I'm sorry, I have to sell my flat and pay for your operation. Did I get that right?" she wondered. "Yes, we are not strangers, and we should help each other in a difficult situation. And I have a very difficult situation, and I have no one else to turn to." "Don't you think that's a bit much?" "No, I don't. Did you have an abortion?" "No, of course not." "Okay, so you're carrying my baby, and in order for it to be yours, you have to pay me as a donor because you fraudulently obtained my material. I didn't give my consent. You owe me a favor." Angelina was numb. She was prepared to hear anything, but something like this. She was so dumbfounded that she didn't know what to say. After recovering a little from the shock, she asked, "Tell me, did you hit your head in the accident? Did you have a neurologist look at it?" "No, there's nothing wrong with my head." That's a very controversial conclusion because you're sick. Not a penny, you hear me? Not a penny you're getting from me. I thought you really wanted to apologize and raise our child with me. I was even prepared to ask my father for help. But after what I've heard, don't even get your hopes up. She got up from her chair, walked to the door, turned round and said, "Don't you ever dare call me again or come within a kilometer of me, or my father will." You, my future husband. Angelina smiled enigmatically. "Get well, sweetheart." She turned round and with her head proudly raised left the room. In fact, the girl could hardly hold back her tears. But when she left the hospital, she did cry. Thomas waited patiently by the car. When he saw Angelina crying, he rushed to her. "What's wrong? Did someone hurt you? Did something bad happen?" Thomas asked worriedly. "No, nothing happened. It's just that my past is worse than I thought it would be. So much worse that I feel like taking a shower right now. Like I'm covered in mud," Angelina said. "Maybe we should talk to someone ... without fists. Just man to man," Thomas suggested. "No, we don't. There's no use talking. It's a very bad case. Let's go home. To your father's house or to the flat?" "The flat, of course. We have to pack and pick up Grandma." Angelina asked Thomas to go up to the flat with her to help her carry her things out, since she can't lift heavy things, much less Grandma. Kimberly was baking pies. The smell could be heard even in the entryway. "Grandma was making pies. She's such a good cook," said Angelina and opened the door with her key. "Grandma, Kimberly, I'm here." "Baby, finally. What took you so long?" Kimberly came out of the kitchen and saw Thomas. She gave him a sharp look and nodded approvingly. "Now that's what I'm talking about. A real man, reliable, worthwhile, not like some of the others." Angelina smiled. "So he's worthwhile and reliable. That's good." For some reason, she was very pleased to hear that, as if she had brought her fiancé to introduce her grandmother. "Grandma, why are you making pies?" "We have to go," Angelina argued. "How? I've already done everything, and we'll have something to eat on the road. Did you pack your things quietly, baby?" "I'm not going. What do you need me for?" "An old sick man. Your father's probably glad he's got a daughter now, and then he'll kick me out and I'll be on the street. I'd rather live out my days here. So here's the deal. 1. If you're not going, I'm not going. 2. My father's a normal man, and he's smart, judging by his position. And he thought about it before he said it. And 3. I will never let anyone kick you out on the street." "How could you think that about my father? How could such a bad man give birth to a good girl like me?" Thomas commented modestly and smiled. The women laughed. "We have another hour to pack, so we don't have to drive at night. Then we take only the most valuable, expensive and necessary things to Grandma. Dad said we'll buy everything we need later," Angelina said. "I'm so embarrassed, so uncomfortable," Kimberly wailed as she gathered her things. An hour later, they were ready to leave. All they had to do was drop off the keys to their neighbor and arrange for her to water the flowers. From time to time, Sam the cat looked after the flat. He was put in a carrier and meowed at the whole entrance. He really didn't like to go outside. By 8 o'clock, they were home. Oliver met them at the gate. Kimberly was very worried, but Angelina's father turned out to be a really nice man and a warm host. He gave her grandmother a room on the ground floor so she wouldn't have to run up and down the stairs every day. The room was next to the library, which was a real gift to Kimberly. She read a lot, despite her age and deteriorating eyesight. Sam the cat was let out in the middle of the living room and proudly walked around his new domain. Oliver wanted to let Thomas go home, but Angelina insisted he stay with them for dinner. "Daddy, can I have a word with you?" She turned to her father. Sure, they stepped aside and Angelina asked, "Say, and if suddenly I want to marry, you will not object?" "Did the baby's father come to his senses and propose to you?" "No, but you've been to see him. Maybe you need some help. Should I get involved?" "Angelina, I realize you've broken up, but you have to stay human and help even your exes in difficult situations." Angelina looked at her father, wondering whether to tell him what Jonathan had said. But after thinking about it, she decided to tell him. Oliver was angry at first, then laughed. God, how impoverished the male species had become. What kind of a man would have to be to think of such a thing? What a nightmare. Yeah, Dad, I'm shocked too. So wait, then who are you going to marry? Or is there something else I don't know? Oliver asked. You remember the story of how you and Mum met, don't you? I think I'm in a similar situation. I just feel like he's my man. And he said he was looking for someone like me. It's amazing how history has a way of repeating itself. Are you sure he's a good man? Dad asked. Will you introduce us before the wedding? Dad, don't you worry. Angelina paused for a moment, took a breath of air in her chest and blurted out. It's Thomas. Oliver looked at his daughter in surprise, then looked at his driver, who was stroking Sam's cat and talking to Kimberly. Then he turned to Angelina again. When did you two get to know each other so well to make such a life-changing decision? I'm telling you, I just feel it. He's very nice. Would you allow it? Angelina asked. Why should I forbid it? Oliver didn't understand. Well, he's just a driver. What if you say it's indecent or something? What? I'm the mayor of the city. My daughter is marrying a driver, reputation and so on, Dad. I don't care about reputation and stuff like that. All I care about is that you're happy, you know, and a reliable man to rely on in times of need, who won't betray you and who'll give you a shoulder to lean on. Thomas is like that. I'd be very happy if you two were together. Oliver was silent, weighing each word so as not to offend or upset his daughter. He knows I'm pregnant, Angelina realized. Good. They went back to the others. Angelina wanted to go for a walk before dinner, so Thomas volunteered to escort her. Kimberly and Oliver looked at each other and smiled. Thomas, can I ask you a question? Angelina asked as they walked away. Of course you're allowed to do anything, Thomas smiled. Why? Because you are my future wife. You can't keep secrets from your wife, he replied. You're not joking, are you? No, I'm not joking about that sort of thing. Then I agree. And she reached out to kiss him first. After dinner, Thomas went home and the tenants went to their rooms. Angelina lay down and was about to switch off her headphones when the phone rang. At first she wanted to switch it off, thinking it was Jonathan calling again. But it turned out to be Molly. They rarely called each other, and her friend didn't know how much had happened in Angelina's life. Hello, darling, how are you? Molly shouted happily into the phone. Hi. I'm so glad to hear from you. I have so much news. But first tell me how you are. Are you coming to visit soon? We're coming in a month, but not for a while. Thomas has some firm issues to sort out and we'll be back. He's been offered an open-ended contract, so we're staying in Italy. And another thing. Molly was silent. She loved that kind of effect. I'm going to be a mum soon. Oh, come on. When are you due? April. I'm due in February, Angelina said. I'm sorry, what? You're pregnant? When was the wedding? Why didn't you invite me, your friend? Calm down, the wedding's still to come. Hey, how did you talk Jonathan into having a baby? I thought he was against it, wasn't he? He still is. I'm not marrying him. Wow, that's quite a personal life you've got going on. Well, tell me about it. I'm interested. Or do you want me to burst with curiosity and my husband to become a widower? So Angelina told her friend about the pregnancy and the breakup with Jonathan and the wonderful meeting with Sharon and then her father. You know, I love Thomas. You know, my meeting him is like meeting my parents. How is that possible? But I'm just sure he's my man. Do you want to laugh some more? Angelina asked. Go ahead, but it will be hard for you to surprise me or make me laugh now after all I've heard. Do you remember which actor I really like? You bet. A good-looking guy like Bradley Cooper. Not only you, but most of the female population likes him. What's he got to do with it? What are you suggesting? Are you marrying him? Isn't he Thomas too? No, of course not. Where am I and where is he? But my Thomas is exactly like him. You'll be amazed when you see him. I already am, said Molly. Mate, life has turned you around in a way that's worse than in the cinema. And you didn't believe it could happen in real life? No, Molly, now I do. They chatted some more and said goodbye, agreeing to meet at the next visit of Thomas's family. Angelina thought it would be necessary to set a wedding date just a month in time for their arrival. As she dreamed of her future, she fell asleep. A wedding, the birth of her son Andrew, and a happy married life with her beloved husband in her own father's home, and under the wise protection of her grandmother Kimberly lay ahead of her. You see, I'm not a cardiologist. Sebastian got up from the table and walked to the window. And anyway, what do they say in the corridors about my competence? Sometimes I hear it. I don't claim to be a great doctor. I don't even have any awards like yours. I don't know what you're talking about, William said. Don't interrupt me, William. I've listened to you very carefully. Now you listen to me. Sebastian sat back down at the table and began to fiddle with his pencil. But you don't have to be a great doctor to compare two medical reports on the same patient. I have an eye for documents. Your story struck me as odd right off the bat. We've met all kinds of distraught relatives at this hospital. Some have been aggressive and acting out. But we've never had a case where a relative somehow crossed paths with a surgeon and then ended up in the police with an injury. And then there's these two reports in the medical history. Do you realize what protocol requires me to do with you and Beatrice? I understand perfectly well, Sebastian. But I assure you, Beatrice has nothing to do with this. I like your noble endeavor, but I hasten to reassure you. If I didn't immediately sound the alarm, dismiss you and call the authorities, I had no intention of doing so, didn't I? Sebastian asked in the same calm tone. William shook his head uncertainly in response. I'm not crazy to deprive an entire city of the best cardiology doctors in the world. But you must also understand me. It is my duty as chief physician to make sure that I never see such a report again. And to do that, I need to know what caused this patient's death. So I ask you, William, tell me briefly and clearly, without trying to favor anyone, what caused the wrong actions during the operation that led to the death of citizen Vivian. William was silent. William needed to answer something, but any answer, he felt, was framing either Nurse Lucy or himself. After thinking for another 10 seconds, he had an answer born. Substandard medical equipment. Excuse me, how's that? Do you have a complaint about the equipment supplied? Sebastian asked. Yes, the cap of the syringe fell off during the operation, which provoked the wrong action. Whoever is responsible for supplying the equipment to us is responsible, William replied. Sebastian had obviously not expected such an answer. I called the person who is responsible for supplying us with medical equipment just 20 minutes ago. By the way, it's strange that he hasn't called back. Usually the head of the district does not take more than a couple of minutes to solve such issues. You asked me to tell it like it is. That's what I said, William replied. I don't know how you're going to make sure these situations don't happen in the future. Yes, it's not an easy task you've given me. Any move we make on the head of the district could cost the hospital very dearly. Especially since you can see for yourself, there are some issues he can resolve in our favor. William was about to give an emotional speech about the lives of patients being more important than the risk that the hospital would be exposed to in case of a move on the head of the district. But he stopped himself just in time. Emotions won't solve anything now, and mass layoffs won't make patients better. Are you suggesting we leave everything where it is? It's the lesser of evils, William said. William, we'll help the widower, we'll help him. Considerate guilt paid off, Sebastian replied. Cynical, Sebastian, cynical, William whispered back. It's professional cynicism. One wonders how you could have survived so many years in our profession without it. The teachers were good, you know, William said wryly. He left the head doctor's office and headed for his own. William walked down the hospital corridor and felt a deep resentment, first of all at himself, resentment for his powerlessness. Entering his office for the first time in a month, he sat down in a chair and covered his face with his hands. He had a severe headache. What a long day, William thought, and began to slowly fall asleep. At this time, 15 minutes later, William's phone rang. From the receiver came the excited voice of Sebastian, the head doctor. William, get back upstairs immediately. There's no explanation over the phone. Waiting. William jumped out of the office and quickly headed to Sebastian's office. Did the head doctor not like the surgeon's sarcastic answers, and now he decided to punish William severely? No, Sebastian wasn't an emotional man and wouldn't do such a thing. William opened the door without knocking and asked fearfully, "What's wrong, Sebastian?" There are two pieces of news, good and controversial. The good news is that Bill is being brought in. In about 5 or 10 minutes, he should be in the trauma room by now. And the bad news? Here's the thing. Sebastian went to his computer, opened the news tab. Half an hour ago, the head of the district was detained. Investigators are in his office right now. Wow. So he had time to call the department, and they detained him, William said. It looks that way. From what I've read here, it looks like he was detained for other schemes unrelated to the hospital. Let's take it as a good thing, Sebastian said. What do we do now? Should I go and see Bill? William asked. Shall I go and see Bill? You try to talk to him as humanly as you can. I'll wait for the new district manager to be appointed and make contacts. Got it, Sebastian. Then I'll go to the trauma center. William left the head doctor's office again, but now in a different, more uplifted mood. The problem had solved itself. Only if the new head of the district would not be the same as the old one in terms of integrity. But now at least there is hope for improvement. True, the hospital will still be disturbed, as the investigation will check all the spheres in which the head of the district participated in any way. And they will go out for purchases for the hospital. But that is another story. Chief Physician Sebastian is an experienced bureaucrat and manager, so he will be able to get through the interrogations and testimonies without disturbing the rest of the medical staff. Oh, hello. Bill was just supposed to be brought in with a leg injury, William said to the nurse in the trauma room. How is he? William asked the girl at the front desk of the trauma unit. He's undergoing surgery now. There is no current information about his condition, the girl replied. William thanked her and went to the trauma surgery ward. He sat down near the entrance and waited. 15 minutes later, an unconscious Bill was wheeled out on a gurney. How's he doing? How's he doing? William asked the doctor who came out of the operating theater. Is he all right, William? The doctor knew him by sight. We only had to give him a general anesthetic because the wound was so bad. But it's all right. He'll be awake in 10 or 15 minutes and we can visit him in his room. William waited another quarter of an hour. He tried to find words for Bill. Should he tell him about the detention of the head of the neighborhood? It was impossible to calculate the widower's reaction to anything William said. 15 minutes had passed too quickly for William to think of anything, but he couldn't wait any longer. William knocked on the ward and entered. Bill, hello, he said quietly, sitting down beside the bed. Oh, it's you, the surgeon. Well, hello, Bill replied. There. And you thought we wouldn't get you out, didn't you? Bill, I understand your feelings and emotions, but I want you to know that the man who is indirectly responsible for your Vivian's death will be tried. Probably a lot of time. Who is this man? Bill asked. William withheld his name and title, just in case. He's a petty official. He supplied substandard medical equipment and got caught in some other fraud. So there is some justice after all, Bill said. There certainly is. At least you're lying here free, operated on by good doctors, and the guilty will spend many years behind bars. So there is some justice. It comes, sometimes, unexpectedly. Thank you for the leg and for freedom, and for justice, Bill said. But I'm not exactly responsible for justice. You got your freedom from other people. You should thank the doctors in our trauma department for your leg. Listen, surgeon. Bill sighed and closed his eyes briefly. I thought I was going to die while I was in that police cell. And wouldn't you believe it, it made me happy. I'm lying here with a mangled leg. They ruined all your work while they were detaining and transporting me. There was blood all over it. It hurt like hell. I was fainting, and I was glad. I'm telling you seriously. I thought, what do I have to live for? For who? Why? But now, it's kind of a relief. Bill, do you have something to live for? At least for my daughter. Can you imagine what would happen if she lost her mother and father a month apart? So come on, don't make stuff up, just get well and get back to your normal life. Also, your Vivian, I gather, was a wise woman. Live for her memory. By her principles, it will be the best thing you can do for her. I'll try, Bill said quietly. Tears came to his eyes. It's the right thing to do. Your daughter, by the way, should have been told by now where you are. So wait and see if she comes to visit. What kind of a scoundrel am I? I don't think I've thought about her the least in the last day. My poor girl. What will she think when she sees me like this? Better that than in prison. Well, you'll think of something. Tell her you fell into a trap while hunting. I'll think of something, Bill nodded. Well, thanks again for everything. I'll visit you. Get well, William said and left the room, heading for the cardiac ward. In his office, for the first time in many months, he took out a brandy and poured some into a glass. But no sooner had he brought the glass to his lips than there was a knock on the door. Beatrice entered the study. William, why am I always the last to know? She asked anxiously. It seems that everything has been decided here, said Beatrice, entering the office. I have already learnt about the new head of the district only on the radio. I'm sorry, William grinned. I didn't have time to call you. Sit down, let's have a drink. Come on, William suggested. The working day ended an hour ago, actually. I haven't seen you with a glass in your hand in a long time. However, the situation really allows. Beatrice took a glass of cognac in her hand. What are we drinking to, William? To justice. Just for justice? William gently clinked his shot glass with the superintendent. There were still many unresolved issues. William had to get the car and other things back from the village somehow. It was unknown what the new head of the district would be like and what medical equipment deliveries would start next month. Would Bill be able to fully recover from Vivian's death and everything that had happened to him? Or will his thirst for revenge soon overwhelm him again? To most of these questions, William didn't know the answer. But firstly, there were many things he could control himself, even to the point of influencing the chief physician in deciding on supplies. And secondly, even the smallest justice gave hope and strength to live and work on. And now William had that strength and hope.